Mic check. Mic check. Come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me. Do you want this one?
Hello? Testing? Hi, everyone. How are we doing today? Amazing. I'm just coming on here to remind you all that today is a masked event. Any of our panels happening in Barnum Hall today are masked events. You need to be wearing your mask the entirety of the event. That is not our policy, that is a Santa Monica High School policy, and they are so graciously hosting us this year. Thank you, Santa Monica High School. So please, please, please wear your masks, and we'll be getting started shortly. Thank you.
Hello? They turn them up when they're okay. I hit something. Okay. Okay. And the doors are shut. Welcome to the 1 millionth annual Yallwest. Woo! Woo! We are back, baby. I'm Margaret Stoll. I'm an author and one of the festival co-founders.
I'm Melissa Dela Cruz, and I'm so glad my mic works. I was a little worried.
We're super happy to see you in person today. Are you guys feeling it also?
Yeah! Woo!
When we got here this morning, we had so much love. I think we both cried on the way here in the car. But as you know, it's not the same. Zoom life was not the same, and we've missed you. And we're so grateful that you were willing to put on your mask and come out here today.
And we are so, so thankful to all our sponsors who came through in this, we're calling it year 0. It doesn't feel like year 1. It feels like we're just kind of crawling out of the cave.
We're super, super grateful also to our authors, some of whom took red eyes back from Hawaii to be here today. Yeah. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you for leaving Hawaii. I would have stayed.
Many of whom drove up from Orange County. Thank you, Ransom Madara. And flew in and got here and drove across town in traffic and did all kinds of lovely things just to see your faces. So we couldn't do it without our authors every year. Thank you so much.
Yay! And our wonderful volunteers and our wonderful staff and our wonderful team ambassadors and our wonderful bartenders.
And Shane Pangburn, who keeps it all going. Would you want to thank our sponsors, Mel?
So we have to thank all our sponsors, especially Epic Reads, who has been our presenting sponsor for, I think, 7 years. Fierce Reads from last night, Fierce Friday. Wattpad, this is a new sponsor. Thank you, Wattpad, for coming on the Y'all train. Underlined, Riveted, Novel, I Read YA, Disney, Pick, Penguin Random House, SCBWI, also a new sponsor, thank you. Flatiron, Penguin Teen Tour, Inkyard Candlewick, and thank you so much to the Santa Monica School District for letting us have it here. And should we introduce?
Yeah. We have two fabulous keynotes we know you're very excited to see, and they've been preparing with notes in the back. Mel, do you want to introduce our special guest today? And we'd also say for the rest of the day, if you do have any questions, and if you are worried about any of the protocols, you can always come find any of us or any of the volunteers in the shirts, and we're prepped in how to help you out.
That's right. So today, thank you so much to Chloe Gong. You know her from These Violent Delights. Yay! And Tracy Dion, and you know her from Legendborn. Yay! And we are so excited to bring out these fabulous authors for our keynote talk.
Thank you very much.
Hello? Oh, it's working. Wait, I just didn't put it on my...
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Your beautiful faces. This is amazing.
I wish I could see your faces, but I'm not wearing my glasses.
Yeah. It's a lot of people. They're really gorgeous.
Yeah. I see the wave.
So thank you all for coming. Just wanted to acknowledge our readers who are here, people who have traveled. We debuted in 2020. This is one of our big, first big events for our books. So to be here and see your faces is really wonderful, but we've been feeling the love for 2 years. So thank you.
Yeah. Round of applause for all the readers.
Yeah. All right.
Let me put out.
Yeah, where are notes?
As mentioned, we have our notes. It's my scribbles.
We've been emailing and texting.
Let's put it there.
To make sure we have notes. Okay, so I think one thing that Chloe and I both share quite a bit is sort of like an innate love for YA.
Yes.
And so let's start with a question.
Okay.
What drew you to YA?
To YA.
Yeah.
To YA, and now at Yallwest, where we're celebrating YA. I'm so excited. I also didn't have coffee before this, so I'm like jittery, which is usually like the opposite, right? If you have a lot of coffee, you get jittery, but I get jittery without coffee. Anyway. I started in YA because I was a YA. So I was 13 when I started writing, and it was because I was reading all of the big, massive series that were written by some of these authors, like, in the room, who are here now, you know? Anyway. So it's because I really love reading YA that I kind of circled back around, and I was like, if these worlds give me so much happiness and peace and the sense of escapism and adventure elsewhere, then I'm also going to write these kinds of stories and see where that takes me. And it also gives other readers the same sort of escapism that I was looking for, right? So, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I never left, I think is the real answer. Like, I think I was reading YA because I needed to feel that I was capable. And the thing that I love about young adult literature is that it sort of presupposes from the beginning of the book that the protagonist has a capability of gaining what they need to succeed by the end of the book, or the end of the series. Like, there's just this sense of, like, maybe not right now, but soon on the horizon you will get what you need, or you will find what you need. And I just love that. I feel like anyone of any age needs that boost of, like, a sense of promise or faith from the beginning of the book. So I love that. I needed it as a teenager. I need it as an adult. And I think particularly when you're marginalized in any way, having that affirmation, particularly if you're represented directly in those pages, having that affirmation that, like, yes, you are capable, maybe not this second, but you are capable of gaining what you need to get where you need to go, and to feel like your possibilities are endless, and particularly fantasy. I just think that everybody needs that. And it's really extra special to get to write for marginalized folks, for me, Black girls and women need that. I want to provide that because it's something I needed too. So I love that sense of hopefulness. But I also just love the devastation. Like, YA will devastate you in ways that adult books don't do. We're brutal in this age category.
Yeah. Well, it's also why, YA isn't just read by teenagers, right?
Right.
Like, a big portion of YA readers are also adults. Because it's not just that we're only writing for the audience, we're particularly directing it to that audience. But everyone comes in and reads it if they're looking for something specific in their YA books. And usually YA serves a very special sort of angst that, adult might not really care about, They're like, we have other things to do, and YA is like, hey.
That is basically the vibe of the book.
Yeah.
I feel like when we open your books, it's like, hey.
Yours as well.
Yeah. But there's just I think there's something really sort of indulgent about luxuriating in the space of not just pain but triumph. It makes the triumph so much sweeter as well. So I love that there's that depth of emotional range that you can find in YA. And yeah, that thrills me. I mean, as much as I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but we have a question here about do we enjoy breaking our readers' hearts?
That's the last question, then we had to add the tee-hee.
I know. And then she literally wrote tee-hee at the end. But we're talking about, just the emotional range. And I do think that I love the idea of being able to come back from a place of just incredible pain and to show the bounce back and to show what's on the other side.
You guys can quote that. Tracy Dion, I love pain.
Y'all do too. Okay, you're here, so. But just being able to show what's on the other side, that is part of, I think the books perform the emotional resilience that we want our readers to have in so many ways. And luckily, most of us are not having to wrestle with the sort of fantastic things that you and I write. But they still show the arc, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like when readers are like, oh my God, why would you do that to me? Why would you write that? Why would you put that character through so much hell? We kind of sit there and we think, well, if we didn't put that character through hell, you probably wouldn't like that book as much, right? It's true, because if that character goes through all of that emotional trauma, all of that emotional turmoil, it is what endears you to them, and it's kind of what brings you into that world. It's what pulls you into this drama and this angst and this longing. And without that pain, you'd be like, oh, this is boring. I'm going to go read something else now. So
there's a lot of we have questions here asking about our readers and our readership and the fandom that has come up around our books. And it's really funny when people are just like, oh my gosh, I'm so mad. Miss Dion, blah, 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 blah,
like,
blah.
Anyway, I love you.
Anyway, I love you very much. I have 3 copies. And you're like, wait, what?
It always starts out as death threats. They're like, I'm going to find you. I'm under your bed right now. I'm knocking on your door. Anyway, I hope you had a good day. Love you.
Yeah. Miss Dion, you need to pay for my therapy, but also never stop. And I'm like, well, I don't know, kids.
How many therapy slips have you got under your door now?
A fair number.
Yeah,
a fair
me
number.
too.
Yeah. But
I mean, that kind of leads into one of these questions that we had, where writing for teenagers feels different, right?
Yes.
In both the craft of our books and then also in the reactions.
Yes.
Because a big part of what makes writing YA so fun is the readers and these messages that we get. So is that something you think about as you're creating these stories?
Yes, I mean, I think what I love about writing, particularly the books that I write, right? The books that I write are informed by my own sense of readership and fandom, because I grew up a fangirl. I grew up with fandom online. I grew up loving a story so much that I internalized it and then wanted to draw and write fanfic and get on and scream about it with other people and join chat rooms and role play. Bringing that to the table when I write, I think sort of automatically puts me in a headspace of what are the elements, the gems of this story or this moment that I really want to lean into, because they're the things that would have made me be like, and those are the things that make me feel that way now. I think the other thing that we both have in common is we are both fangirls of our own characters.
Yes, which I love that, because I feel like if we couldn't stand our own characters, or if we got bored by them, it shows. It shows to the reader.
Yeah.
We have to be the first fangirl first.
Yes, yes.
In order for everyone else to kind of jump in.
It's true, because there's a character in my book who named Tor, who dated a character named Selwyn, and there are people who are just like, and you never see it on pages, hear about it, and people come up to me and they're like, I cannot believe that Tor and Selwyn dated, and I'm like, right? like as if I didn't write it, but I'm like, messed up, right? How could he? So I feel like having that type of investment on, like, as we're sitting there typing by ourselves, it shows.
It does. And it feels really precious to me when those kinds of moments happen. It's like people will tweet like, oh my God, I want Roma to step on me. And I'll be like, oh my God, same. You know, like, I wrote my book when I was like 19. I was writing these characters that were my age. Like, it's not creepy when I do it, okay? If I was 30, it would be creepy, but having that kind of, I guess, like, connection firsthand, and then everyone else is like, oh my God, like, you know, big energy, and it's like, to match it with the same energy is so, it feels nice.
Well, it also just feels like we get to have, like, common conversations. Like, there are people who will come up to me and have, like, breakdowns. Like, teen readers will have a mental sort of, like, analysis of a character, of like where, like, what their personal wound is, and like what they think is going to happen next, and all that. And I'm listening and I'm like, oh wow, yeah, I hear you 100%. And I'm like, yeah, no, you picked up on that. See? Yeah. And so I feel like we end up gossiping about my own characters as if they're real people, but writing them as if they're real people is that's the trick, right?
Oh, I love it when people do the big breakdowns. I love it when, you guys know that meme about how, you know, it'll be like, English teacher, the curtains are blue because blah, 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 blah. And then it goes like, author, the curtains were blue because I just liked blue, right?
Yeah.
I love it when readers do that, when they go off on complete tangents, like picking up a tiny detail that I left and come up with their own, like, headcanons about what this says, about their backstory, about their trauma. And I'm like, I just put that in because I thought it looked cool, but go off, like.
But sometimes they do the meme, the like Charlie Day meme with the board and all of the like connections, and it'll be like legit. Like, so I've had people do that meme, and they're like, "Well, I think the cover of Blood Mart, it's purple because if you think about this power set and this power set, and then they combine and da-da-da," and I was just like, "Sis, you got it." Like, were you in my inbox? Because yes, that's exactly what it was.
Sometimes it's a little scary. I had someone tag me in a TikTok video where they found one line in my second book that was actually a very correct theory. And they were like, at the end of the video, they were like, Chloe Young, if you're watching this, I want to know if I'm right or not. And I can't tell you that you're right? Because it's, you know, I can't spoil my books before they come out. But I was like, this is amazing. Like, the amount of attention that you've paid in order to find that one line, and then to correctly draw back on the previous two books, and then speculate something that's completely accurate for what's to come, it blows my mind, because the amount of time that was put into it, the amount of effort, the amount of genuine love that had to exist in order to do something like that is just amazing.
Shout out to fan responses, and like, fans who play close attention and want to give us that attention back. Like, it makes a huge, especially when you're writing fantasy and there's a lot of world building and lore. Sometimes it does feel like, I think we're toiling over a little detail, and it's like, does anybody else even hearing that? I don't know if they're reading that. And then you have people who are just like, actually, that is on my journal, and that one line is my life, it's my everything. And I'm like, thank you. So that kind of that's a segue actually into like fan responses and what types of fan responses. So you talked about having someone who found a line and did a video. This is like, I'm not gonna like try and make people cry this early in the morning, but I got a screenshot of 3 generations of family, 3 generations of a Black family reading Legendborn for their virtual book club during like a lockdown period. And it was like grandmother, grandfather, teen, parents, all in different houses. It was like a Zoom, so you could see all the different squares. And they had done a book club and read Legendborn as a family. And it was 3 generations of people. And it just really, like, that took me aback, because I'm just like, there's no, statistically, 3 generations, 12 people, somebody in there has never read a fantasy book. Probably, right? Somebody in there has maybe never read a YA book. So the fact that this book brought family members together to talk about these things, and apparently they had really great discussions afterwards. I know, like I was like, whoo, this is magical work. Like this is important, good work to be able to reach families like that. Have you had an experience like that where you were like,
Definitely not to that level. That's amazing, like genuinely. Was that my echo? Or was it? Okay, never mind. Definitely not to that level. I'm kind of tearing up a little. You're like, don't cry.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh. I think the closest that I've had this kind of like reeling, like, oh wow, kind of moment was when people get tattoos, like inspired by my work. Someone like sent me a picture of like the cover art, like the sword and the flowers kind of line art like on the back of their calf, and I'm like, that's a like very obvious place. Everyone's gonna see that. Like you can't even hide that away. And it's like tattoos are so permanent, you know? You really put your permanent love on your skin for my book series. So yeah, that's like one of the big things. But then I think just in general when I get, so I do like signed copies at my local indie, and sometimes people will just write like, general notes, like write a quote in. But then sometimes people will use that note to like write something to me because they know that I'll see it, right? Social media, sometimes things get lost. You have no guarantee of what reaches an author or not. But those note boxes sometimes will have people saying like, I really loved your book, like it was with me during a really hard time in my life, like, other things were going on, but I had your book with me, and now like I want a signed copy so that, I have something that you've kind of like marked up. And it's really touching every time, because I think it's so easy to forget that every one reader is one real person, and that one real person absorbs that story in their own way, and they interpret this world in their own way. It becomes this whole other story in every single different brain, right? And it's so easy for me to just think, oh, well, like this product is just out there in the world. It's like this big blob just doing things. But it's not. It's doing different things with every single individual reader that it kind of reaches. And it does, for one reader, it could mean something else for a particular section of representation. For another reader, it could be a different sort of representation that kind of like sticks with them, or it could be the story, or it could be something that they relate to in some way. But just having that realization moment every time, like, wow, one reader, even just one reader makes the whole world of a difference, is like just mind blown.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like the timing that we're talking about. We're talking about writing YA during a time when there are so many kids who are under attack for who they are, for who they love, for what they want to do in life, for how they want to exist. And I think that's a really good reminder that not just the power of books, but really the power of story, because a book you can put down, a story can go with you and be with you and take part of your mental landscape when you need it, so it's something that you can draw upon when you really need it. So I do think like to be writing YA right now feels like such a responsibility, and it feels like for us, I mean, I think it's a calling, but it really, in the last few years, more increasingly, I'm aware of the responsibility of like what it means to be writing for kids, and writing in ways that are voicing things that kids may need to hear on a personal level, in a personal way, quietly in their room with no one else around. There's just, I don't know. It's important. It's important, and I'm really grateful to be able to do that in this space with you. I'm really grateful to be able to do it in the space with all the authors in this room, and to do it with like magical swords and monsters. It makes it even more fun. But the work that we're doing is really important, and to be able to do it in this space, it just feels like an honor.
It does, especially even just having YA fantasy like as a genre of sorts, right? Every story that we tell kind of gets changed when we like put it into these confines of this genre expectation, right? It kind of goes around this question that I had prepared, right? But I wanted to ask about how YA adds to the kind of stories that you're telling and the genres that you're exploring. How does it change it up, or how does it add to it, I guess, accentuate it?
I think it's, like, do you mean like how does YA impact?
Yeah.
How does writing for that category impact how I write for the genre?
It's like if you're telling a genre story, like you have fantasy conventions you want to use, if you're doing a retelling even, how does YA kind of shape what you're trying to put into words?
I mean, from the retelling perspective, it's very much like I was reading, you know, shout out to Penguin Classics. I was reading classics that didn't look like me in high school, in middle school, and I was reading these stories that felt bigger than life, that felt eternal, or at least, you know, interminable in some ways in terms of like how often we kept running into these same types of retellings. And so for me, doing a reimagining for YA like the idea of being able to intervene in that process, like intervene before the harm of being bombarded with stories of people who don't look like you, before that can be done, because you better believe going through middle school, elementary school, these developmental periods, and being shown stories of people who don't look like you, having adventures that don't look like you, succeeding, triumphing, they don't look like you, that is harmful, full stop. So the idea of being able to write my stories as part of an intervention and an interruption, I would say, into that, it feels really amazing.
I really love that.
It's what we're doing, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I've thought
totally.
about it in that way before.
But we are.
Intervention, interruption is such a good way to phrase it. Well,
Yeah.
that was scholarly.
I mean, but it is, you know, like it is, like, especially because like our books are in schools. Legendborn is like in an amazing way really showing up in schools. The Coretta Scott King meant that it was going into libraries. And so this idea of like being able to get like a teenager getting a book, and it's not just obviously for Black girls and Black girls and women and femmes, it's for anybody who needs to understand that power is much more expansive and inclusive than we have been told that it can be, and that legacies deserve to be disrupted. Like that is part of, we need to be able to have those questions. So I don't know, I want to ask about Romeo and Juliet. Can we like quick, I know we probably got to wrap it up, we could talk forever, but I want to talk about Romeo and Juliet, I want to talk about Shakespeare and like specifically how you went, because that's an intervention into a huge literary sort of canon and like mode of teaching language even.
Yeah, I mean, I really love everything that you said, and I honestly agree a lot. It's kind of looking at this Western canon that we've been told is the most important form of literature. It's what we've been told again and again is the most purest form of the story, right? And it's going in and saying, actually, like, I think I can put another lens on it. I want to look at it differently. I want to take these ideas that I'm interested in and explore, but in a different way, in a way that's like more inclusive, but also more relevant to the modern day, right? If we're, you know, I love Shakespeare. I'm a like Romeo and Juliet stan. I'm not like ashamed of that. Okay, I really love it, but I also really acknowledge its flaws and its like, I guess, outdatedness, like today. Like kids don't like reading it in class anymore. And a lot of times, like maybe it's also because, you know, the teacher's not necessarily getting to the like nitty gritty ideas in the same way that like my English teacher got to it in a way that made me love it, right? But I also think having new stories be accessible instead, not to replace it, but to enhance it or to add a different kind of perspective on it, is so important these days because, you know, you can get the same ideas in retellings as you got from the original text with so much more added onto it without changing what you're originally taking from, you know, the point of teaching like age-old, 400-year-old Western canon literature. So, yeah, when I decided to do a retelling, obviously it's because I love those ideas. I love the whole themes of like love and family and hate and everything that you kind of draw from it, like, you know, the suffocation, all of that atmosphere, right? But I wanted, at the heart of it, just a protagonist who looks like me. Like, I had grown up reading YA and loving it so much, but then I was like, oh, wouldn't it be even better if it was someone who just shared my face, but was still going on these types of, like, adventures on these series that I was growing up reading? And, you know, it's like a little basic thing that then goes on to have so much impact, which I'm really grateful for.
Yes, and I also want to add to that, because you do a lot of historical research. I know I do a lot of historical research. So we're talking about books that we worked on that are reimaginings that took in inspiration, homage, the best and the ugly bits from the original text. So in your case, Shakespeare, in my case, Arthurian literature, but then we also lay it on our cultural histories, very real cultural histories, into those conversations. So your book, you know, is still talking about like politics, and it's
very political. I think some people get surprised when they go in. They're like, oh, that's a lot of history. And I'm like, yep, you thought you were getting a Romeo and Juliet retelling? Welcome to your crash course in the Chinese Civil War.
Right, like that's the thing that I think I love the most about the work. It's like it's triple layered. You're doing so many things. So it's, yes, protagonist that looks like you, but also is backed up and supported by historical context. It's well researched, that is talking about a different part of the world that Shakespeare was talking about. Being able to talk about, in my case, Black American, like spiritual practices, faith practices, also talking about the history of enslavement in this country, and what does it mean that we have statues and monuments, and what does it mean to have these buildings that were built for people that didn't look like me, but were built by people who look like me. Like having all those conversations on top of all of that, on top of the romance, on top of the fun, on top of the magic. I mean, you did your thing, you know?
And so did you.
But like, I love that this is the type of work that we're bringing forward and that people are responding to, because I don't know about you, but like pretty early on I had people say like, that's tackling a lot. You're kind of doing a lot. Is there a part you can cut? And
It's like, no, they're all woven together. You
Yes.
can't separate one from the other, right? You can't talk about things like this city or this culture without bringing in all the good and the bad and the
Yep.
ugly. They come together.
They come together, and also I feel like it underestimates teen readers, because guess who's walking around with all of that culture, history, first and second generation immigrants, like who's walking around with all of that stuff, intergenerational trauma, identity, figuring out sexuality. Like teens are actually walking around balancing all that stuff all the time. It just so happens that I think you and I are like, cram it all in there, get it all in. Like,
Exactly.
like that's our audience, they can handle it. But I do think it's really interesting that it was definitely adults who said that to me.
It always is. It always is. One of my biggest pet peeves is when people underestimate how much teens like all of this information. They like big books. Like, you know, it's this, obviously, like, still we want accessibility. We do want small books too. But there's always a complaint that, oh, teens aren't going to read that much. Teens aren't going to like this long story. Teens aren't going to like all of these subplots. And they usually do. Like, it's never the teenagers who are saying, it's a bit much for me. It's the adult gatekeepers most of the time. And
This is also, I think, a good moment to point out how many adults couldn't handle teen lives. Like, real talk. Like, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, y'all are telling on yourselves, because teens are juggling a ton. If you can't handle it.
especially today, like the modern day teens are going through so much more than like teens who grew up a few decades ago. Like news, you are being bombarded with the news worldwide at all times. Social media gives you everything in the blink of an eye. Like your brains must be throbbing all of the time.
And yet can make some of the most hilarious TikToks on the planet with no rehearsal, no notes. Anyway, we're just getting into a celebration of teen brains at this point, but that is partially why we're here. So I don't know, I think we might be closing on time. Yeah, of course.
One last thing. Do we want to, we already covered the teehees.
I know. I jumped ahead to the teehee. That's my fault. One last thing. Everyone, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for what's about to be an amazing day, for bringing your full selves to our work and to readership and also to social media. But now in person, we get to experience it with you, and we're looking forward to it.
Thank you for reading our books. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for showing up here to listen to us chat. All means so much. And, you know, I hope you guys have a rest. Have a rest. I do hope you have a rest. Have a good rest of your Yallwest.
Yes.
Can we have a huge thank you so much? That was like so moving and so important, and I was just filled with so many emotions listening to you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, authors. All right, so thank you. What a wonderful way to be back after 2 years. Thank you, guys. So wonderful. Please.
Hello. Good. A little bit more. Okay.
Let's find our seats so that we can get started. Okay, half the seats are small. This is an odd.
Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Hello, my friends. How are we doing today? Yes, wonderful. I'm just here to remind you that today's event, all events in Barnum and in a lot of the indoor spaces are masked events. You must have a mask. You must be wearing your mask the entirety of the event. This is a Santa Monica High School policy, and they are so graciously hosting us this year, so please, please, please don't get us in trouble. Thank you very much. We'll be starting shortly.
Hello. Does this mic work? This works. We get to pick our chair, tall or short.
Now I'm so short. I'd be like looking up to you like, hi, how's it going?
All right, welcome everybody to the Sequels and Expectations panel at Yallwest, and I'm Melissa Dela Cruz. I have written, I don't know, a million sequels, so we will talk about that. Most recently, I am the author of Never After, The Stolen Slippers, which is the sequel to Never After. And I literally, my mind went blank. I don't remember what other book Cinder and Glass. I also wrote Cinder and Glass, which came out in March. And that is a standalone. And I'm going to have our lovely authors introduce themselves and talk about their latest book. And is it a sequel or is it not?
Hi, I'm V.E. Schwab. I have written many, thank you. I have written 21 novels, so I feel like there are definitely some sequels among them. But my latest novel, Gallant, is a standalone, so I feel like a little bit of a rule breaker talking about that book. But I do have a lot of sequels, I promise.
Rebel.
Hey guys, I'm Tahira Mafi. I'm the author of the Shatter Me series. And a bunch of other books, some middle grade novels, some works of contemporary fiction. My most recent book is called This Woven Kingdom. Thank you for the little bit of applause, I appreciate that. It's so sweet, thank you. It's like a Persian Game of Thrones, but with a bit of a Bridgerton vibe, and it's the first in a series. The second book will be out next year. I have a lot of experience with sequels, so yes, excited to be here. Thank you guys.
Hey guys, my name is Ransom Riggs. Oh, thank you. I have written the Miss Peregrine books. This microphone seems to be pitching my voice upward, like I've consumed helium or something. Anyway. I am here talking about a book that's coming out in September, which is not quite a sequel. It's called Miss Peregrine's Museum of Wonder, an indispensable guide to the dangers and delights of the peculiar world for the...
That's a long title.
For the preparation of new arrivals. And that's its complete title.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you just repeat that one more time? Miss Peregrine's Wonderland Wonder Cabinet.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited to be here.
Hi, I'm E. Lockhart. I'm the author of We Were Liars and Genuine Fraud and Again. And I'm here because I have a prequel coming out on Tuesday called Family of Liars, which is a prequel to We Were Liars set 27 years earlier than that novel, and it uncovers all kinds of Sinclair family secrets.
My name is Amy Foster. I'm the person that you have no idea who I am. Hi. It's nice to see you all. I actually did write a trilogy called The Rift that you've never read, but if you do read it, you would love it so much. You would adore it. So please find it somewhere and read it, because it's lovely and violent and good. Thank you.
I'm Maggie Seabotter, and I've written I'm probably best known for the Raven cycle, but I'm actually here for a different sequel, which is Bravely, which is the sequel to the Disney movie Brave, which is great. It's like, right? They asked me if I wanted to play with their toys and then hand them back to them immediately because I don't own them, and I was like, yes, I love to play with toys under these terms. That's all.
So we're, basically going to have just a conversation. So anybody just, chime in whenever, interrupt each other. But let's start with what's the hardest thing about writing a sequel? And is there a sequel or a prequel or a standalone? What's the hardest book that you had to write? And why was it so hard? Anybody want to jump in?
I feel like the middle ones are hard. If you're writing a trilogy, you've gotten started, you kind of got the ending, but the middle, connecting the middle in like a really compelling way is always really hard.
I disagree so much. I love writing the trilogy, but readers hate reading the middle of the trilogy. It's when everything goes terribly wrong, which is my favorite part. Their lives are now awful. Cliffhanger.
I think I find any form of sequel hard. So like I just finished the 4th book in the Shades of Magic series and I was like, that's hard. But like the 2nd one was hard, the 3rd one was less hard. Now the 4th one is hard again. Maybe the 5th one will probably be hardest. And then hopefully the 6th I'll just like kill everybody, so it'll be fine. But I think it's that like, when you have the 1st book, you're introducing everything and it's fresh and it's new. And then when the 2nd book happens, you have to make it somehow bigger. You have to improve upon something which exists and undermine which exists. So you kind of like the shine of the novelty of it has worn off, and now you have to just like make things worse.
See, I think I disagree, actually.
Ooh, do you see how respectful we are? Point, counterpoint.
I think, like for me, building an imaginary universe out of thin air is excruciatingly difficult. And fantasy writer, not really. So that's not like my big strength. So even when I'm just writing, like an island full of preppy people, right? I'm still like creating it out of, and then so writing the prequel, I was like, oh, I already built the island. And it has all kinds of issues attached to it. So I know, like, thematically where I am and what I'm exploring, and I literally knew, like, this is where the beach is, and this is where the house is, and this is how long it takes the boat to get there, and I knew all this stuff, and so then I felt cheerful.
But do you think it depends on, like, which part of the process? Like, if you're a world writer, a setting writer, a character writer, or a plot writer, because, like, that's the thing. For me, I'm like, oh, but the world's that's the landscape. Like, for me, it's the first part, so it's the fun part. And then I'm like, oh, no, now I have to make things happen there.
I don't know. I think I complain every step of the way. I'm just like, if I'm writing a sequel, I'm like, oh, it was so much better when I was just like making stuff up and I didn't have to hold myself accountable. But then when I'm but then when I'm actually writing that first book in a world and building it all out, I'm like, oh, I wish I had, like, the rules were already built and I wouldn't have to, because sometimes, like, Ransom and I talk about this all the time. We're married, by the way, so talk about this, like, in our house. That, sometimes when you're writing that first book in a new world, it's like you've got a flashlight in a dark room, and again, I'm sure many of you will disagree with this. We all have different approaches to writing, but I feel this way. I feel like as I'm building the world, I'm like, what's behind that door? And you have a little bit of a light, and the light glows brighter the farther you get in the story, and it's also sort of like you're faced with like 1,000 doors and they're all open and you have to choose which ones to close in order to find those paths you want to go down. And so I find that that's sometimes more difficult. And so at every stage, I'm like wishing I were in the other stage. When I'm drafting, I wish I were editing. When I'm editing, I wish I were, it's like always something else. So I think I'm always frustrated.
I just want to say that I look like I'm looking up at both of you with admiration. Like, I'm so in love with both of you. It's so weird.
I'm intrigued by this.
I just feel, but yeah, I am in love with both of you, but it feels very strange to look at you, like, from down here.
Thank you, I accept.
I feel like my second book is almost like I got immunity. Like if I was on like Survivor and I got immunity by getting my first novel done, and then I can go like totally bonkers on my second book, which I did. Like I had them land in a universe where there were just robots that looked like famous people. Because the world had been destroyed and the only information they had was like people on, famous people on file. Famous people on file. So it was like Abraham Lincoln and like Viola Davis and like Gandhi and the Kardashians, which I shouldn't ever say in the same sentence, but like there it is. So I felt like I had immunity for the second book and I could do, like could go crazy and then I sort of could rein it in on the third one. But the second one, I was like, I hope people read it. Well, no one did, so it doesn't really matter. But then on the third book, I had to really rein it in. But for the second book, I felt like I had a lot of freedom. I don't know, but again, robots. And,
Do you guys prefer writing standalones or series? Like, having said all this.
Series.
Standalones.
Oh. Really? Standalone? You've written
but you're like the queen of like all you do.
I said series. I'm changing my answer. It's just too hard. No, I actually agree with Victoria in the sense that when you write second books, I don't feel like the first book was easier because of creation, but I do feel like every subsequent book, you're trying to make sure that you're fulfilling the promises of the first one. And when you're writing a draft, or when I'm writing a draft, the longer I'm working at it, the more it tracks, because you change as a human as you're writing it. So the possibility for life to come in and caper amongst your things, your brain, while you're writing a series, you have so much of a chance to not tone match, to not be interested in the promises you made in the beginning. But at the end of the day, it's about the reader, it's not about you. So balancing that, yeah, it's always easier with a standalone. That said, when you pull off a series, I think it's much more satisfying.
See, I agree in that, like, I said standalone at the same time as you did, and then you changed your answer, and then I'm now the only one who said standalone. But like, I think it's because it has a wholeness to it, and obviously you're trying to achieve that over the course of a series. But I also I've made my entire career by like never making a pattern. Like I feel like the Sandwalkers in Dune, where I'm like, it will never find me. Like the doubt will never find me if I don't make a pattern. Like if I don't make a beat. But because of that, even when I'm writing a series, I want every book in the series to fulfill a different promise. I never just want to feel like I could have ended the first book on an ellipses and then continued it. So then it feels like I gave myself the hardest task because I had to write the satisfaction of a standalone and then somehow continue it and make it bigger and better. So I like standalone just because I feel a permanent relief when I finish it instead of a temporary relief when I finish it.
Yeah, okay, I have a sub-question to go along with your question. When you guys answer standalone or series preference for writing, what is your preference for reading? Because I feel like that actually, to me, it answers the question. I love reading standalones. To me, my brain thinks it's standalone shapes, but is that true for you guys?
I think it depends on the book. Yeah,
I like series.
I like series. If you can binge them, like Netflix or Disney. Sorry, I love Mel, like Disney Plus. If you can binge them all, if you can read them all If you have to wait, I think it's
That's
hard.
a standalone. It's a long standalone, right? It's like
It
a
is a long
dachshund
standalone.
standalone, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're binging it, you're making a limousine standalone.
Yes, it is a, if I have to wait, it's, yes, it is it's a 1,000-page standalone novel.
What about like one of my favorite things is when authors will create like a fictional world, and this can be either realistic fiction or fantastical, and they'll create a series of novels, all of which are standalone novels, but they all take place in the same universe. So you see your favorite characters, and as you're reading one book, you'll be interested in a side character, and you hope that maybe the author will write a story about one of those characters, and then they do, and then I love that. I love to just like live in that world and follow those different stories. That's sort of like the best of both
romance, you know, like Bridgerton. Like I
Yeah.
was so obsessed. I read all 800 novels because I just wanted to live with that family. So, yeah.
Having never written a standalone, I feel like I would prefer it. And it's probably way better.
Tales was a standalone.
But it's set in the peculiar world, so I'm still trading on all those same things I created. But when you're writing, especially the first book in a series, I feel like I'm like weighted with this sense of responsibility because we try and trick the reader as best we can throughout the course of a series that like we meant to do that. This was all planned. I had that figured out years ago. But that's not true at all. So you have to invest that first book with all of these sort of like bins of possibility that are overflowing with stuff you can take advantage of 1 or 2 or 3 books from now. And I feel like every decision I make, I have to interrogate, be like, is that good enough? Am I going to care about this at all in 3 years? You know, it's a standalone. I'm just kind of like, okay, one and done. It's good.
So when you wrote Miss Peregrine, did you know, because when I read it, I thought it was a standalone.
When I wrote it, I thought it was a standalone
You
too.
did. Okay, so you weren't,
And it was so fun.
right, because I don't know what it.
So you just
sort of
lied,
has
is
a
what you're saying
standalone-
right there.
It has a standalone
Those are
vibe.
fake bins. These metaphorical
That was
bins
10
were
years
not,
ago. I
they
didn't
didn't even
remember.
exist. You invented these bins later. You made us pretend that they were all existing from the, wait, it's very meta.
It's all been a lie.
So then you had to go back and like look for the bins that you could then unpack.
Basically. But like, I did not have a deal for a second novel. It was just one, but I really wanted to write more. So I just wrote an unsatisfying standalone that
See,
ended on a horrible cliffhanger. So
I didn't really feel like it was a cliffhanger. I felt like it was like a nuanced.
Okay, all right, I appreciate you're very generous.
But here's the difference. You said something I find really interesting, Reza, which is that you said like you want to convince the reader that you knew what you were doing along the way. But like here's where I think it depends on the kind of way that you approach series and like I write backwards. So like when I write a series or a standalone, I write backwards from the ending. So I know like I don't write a series without actually knowing how the last book in the series ends. I still have to like make things up as I go and like figure out how to, and there's still surprises of course, but like I'm just trying to play God, right? Like I'm just trying to make sure that like I know more than the readers, but like I think it depends on whether you approach books in a series as they come to you, like standalones, or whether you kind of create an overarching plan for it. I guess it's, as you said, like you didn't know that it was going to be a series when you wrote it, so then it's like, then it's just the starting point.
It was so much for like reverse engineering later.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I have to make it look like I meant to do that. And
Yeah.
Can you explain about the writing backwards?
I write the ending first. So like I figure out
of a
who
whole series
yeah.
or of an individual book?
Both.
But you actually write it, not just like make some notes.
Yeah, like
this
I figure, so basically I figure out exactly who all of my characters are when we leave them. And then I reverse engineer them to figure out which version of them we meet.
I do that too. I always like the end. Well,
I like this visible recoil.
What? Look at Emily's face. She's like, what is this strange magic that's alchemy?
Okay, we're gonna get to you guys' questions because I know you guys have a lot of questions. But my big question that I wanted to ask on this panel is how do you deal with the pressure, the expectations of fans, and do you do any fan service? Like, I tend to just do what I want, and I don't really think about it, but then I feel bad when I disappoint readers, but it's not part of my process. It's kind of like I told my kid, I was like, we work really, really hard, and we really care, and then we don't care at all, because, you just have to let it go. So how do you guys deal with the pressure of following up a book, following up a bestseller, and then the fans?
The pressure's just me. Like, it's me versus me. Like, I feel the pressure, but I don't feel the pressure from readers because I can't write for you all. I can only write for myself. And that's because, like, nobody used to read my books, and then I was gonna quit, and then the book that ended up, like, kind of saving my career was the book that I wrote with nobody else in mind except myself, which was Vicious. And then, like, that was, thank you. That was an education in, like, audience of one. I can't control anything that happens beyond me and the book, but if I'm really excited by what I'm writing, but that also means I'm like my worst enemy when I'm writing, because I'm like you, I'm like constantly like, the other grass is greener, I'll like this more on the other side, oh man, I hope I don't disappoint my readers, and by readers I just mean me. Right. Like I'm just like, you're a failure, you're full of doubt, do better, but it's just me in the book.
How about you guys?
Well, I have 2 fans. Melissa is one of them, and I'd like to publicly...
Melissa counts as 2, so you're 3.
Okay, thank you. Melissa counts as 2. My dad is sitting in the audience. Dad. Hi, Dad. Dad, stand up for a minute and take your mask off. This is my... No, stand up for a minute. Please, don't do that, Dad.
David Foster, please stand up.
This is my wonderful father. His name is David Foster. He is an amazing record producer and an icon, and my biggest fan, and always has been, and no one has been a bigger fan than my dad, and he's kept me going my whole life. So I love you, Dad. Thank you for being here.
And your dad has been at all of our festivals. And it's always so exciting.
It is.
Wait, does he read your books?
Actually, he does read my book, right?
So Dad? Do you write for him? That's like the question. Does he think Dad will not like this part? Strike.
No, I don't write for him, but he does read all of my books. So that's 2 people that have read my books. But the fact that he is not generally a big reader and really loves my books means a lot to me, because he will not bullshit you. He will be like, this is, like, his favorite saying is good as the enemy is great. So imagine growing up with that. And he would tell me straight up, like, work on this. And he's very honest. So I know when he says it's good, it's actually good. He's not lying. So does that cheeseball? I'm sorry. Sorry, Dad, if I embarrassed you, but I love you.
For me, I think that I'm a big review reader. I read for the first couple of weeks when my books come out. I read basically everything I can get my hands on, because I want to see what the general reception is. I'm not looking to see if fans are happy with it, though. What I'm looking for is, I want to see if I did what I intended to do. So if I meant for a certain part to be fast-paced and someone says it drags, that means that I need to adjust for the next thing. If I meant for a character to be likable and people found them unlikable, that means that I did my job poorly. So I do write for fans in that sense, where I feel like feedback has been invaluable for making my books better in that way, for translating what I mean to say already so that people get it more. That said, writing for Brave, I felt a very different sense of pressure, because I felt an incredible responsibility. It's not my toys, it's not my fans. I needed to write a sequel that instead would please people who loved the original film without feeling like I was just retreading the same ground. So it was definitely interesting to feel that sort of pressure, to think this is a big project that stands alone. I need to give it something that also stands alone, but it feels like the same characters. So that was a cool kind of pressure. We'll see if I landed it or not.
Disney pressure. I know that well.
Were people bears in your book?
No people were bears in my book. No bears were harmed in the making of this.
Sort of curious.
I was actually a Scottish history major in college.
Do you know that Victoria lives in Edinburgh?
I do.
Okay.
I'm taking over a castle an hour north of you in July, stuffing it full of aspiring crazy authors.
Very nice.
70 of them. We could outnumber you. We could surround, and well, that's probably not true. Yeah, I was a history major in college, and when Disney called, they're like, would you write Brave? And I was like, because I majored in history. Like, you majored in Scottish history? Convenient. I was like, why are we having this call?
Emily, you want to answer? Because you have the biggest, did I hit the screen? Sorry. You have the, the biggest TikTok book in the world, and you're following it up. So.
Adam Silvera has the biggest TikTok.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, Adam.
But I think, so what Mel is talking about is that We Were Liars got weirdly popular on TikTok in the past maybe 20 months
Not
or
weird.
so.
It's a great,
amazing
surprisingly
popular, because it was published quite a while ago. And so kind of early in that experience, I started to write Family of Liars. I think one thing that was really nice about the particular position that I was in is that some people love We Were Liars, and some people just throw that book across the room and scorn it and say I should be 6 feet underground and, are super angry and annoyed by it. So that's fine with me, right? Because I made the thing that I wanted to make, and then I'm glad to have readers, but I'm not in the everybody pleasing business. I think if everybody likes you, you're probably a liar, right?
And you would know you're a liar and special.
So I just tried to make the best damn book I could make, you know what I mean? And some people will hate it and some people will love it, and I think that's really the only thing you can do, at least.
So healthy.
Wow. I'm sort of split down the middle. I'm very picky as a reader and easily bored. I have a big DNF pile. So if I can entertain myself, I feel like that's what I'm sort of setting out to do, and I hope that other people respond the same way I do, and that the common thread of human experience we all share will be enough to connect me with you when you're reading. But also, as the author of a long-running series, those other 5 books wouldn't exist without my readers. So I owe them a certain service, and there's just things I won't do because it's pointless and upsetting to all the people who've made the books possible. So there's red lines all over the place that I try and honor too.
That's so great.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's, the Shatter Me series is 10 parts now, I think. I've lost track. And I'm very aware that there are readers who have expectations, but I also think it's like what you were saying, I still write the book that I want to write, but I am aware of I do think about it. I'm just I hope you like it, I'm doing my best. I hope you like it. If you don't, I think I'm always I know that there will be people who don't like it, and I know that there will be people who do, and I just hope that there are more people who like it than don't, or at least, on the pie chart, I hope there's more positive than negative, because that's sort of the gauge, either you really messed it up or it's gonna be okay. But I don't know, I think it's taken me I've been doing this for 10 years now, and that feels really good. I feel really good to finally be at a place where I feel I kind of maybe a little bit know what I'm doing, even though it's always hard to write a book. It never gets easier. You're just sort of comforted, or at least I am comforted by the fact that I've done it before. But I think I'm only now getting to a place where I really, truly feel I'm just writing a book because I want to write the book. What you said really resonated with me, what you felt when you wrote Vicious. And then also when we had that conversation, when we talked earlier for the launch of Gallant, when you said something about getting to that place where the writing feels like magic, that's what I live for. You know, when you finally get to that place where you're just it's easy and it's fun and you're living with them and they're just you're dreaming about them. That's that magical part is what I live for.
Yay. Okay, so we're gonna open it up to you guys' questions. Sure, right there. What's the favorite book that you wrote? I'll answer mine. Mine is Masquerade, the second book in the Blue Blood series, because I was pregnant with my kid, and I was writing it, and I was napping, and I was writing and napping, and it was the easiest book. It came straight from the outline. I think it was like a gift from the heavens. Never has a book been that easy to write, so thank you, baby.
That was the first one of yours that I read. The Scorpio Races is my favorite, hands down. Yeah. It was the same thing where it just felt like it already existed and I just had to, it's never that easy. It's never that easy. And this one, I got to read it at the same time as I was writing it. It just felt marvelous. And when it was done, I said to myself, in 10 years, I will write something that I like as well as this. And I'm just on, the 10th anniversary edition just came out, so I'm due.
Chills. What about you guys? What's your favorite book?
Well, the thing I had the most fun with is not necessarily the thing that other people like the best, but I invented a superhero for DC Comics that came out last year. I think it's here. It's called Whistle, a New Gotham City Hero. So basically, they were like, do you want to invent a superhero? I was like, yes, please. Then they said, do you want to put her in Gotham City? We know that you like Gotham City. And I was like, can she fight the Batman villains? And they said, yes. So I got to write the Riddler and Poison Ivy and Killer Croc and put them all in a Jewish neighborhood full of like bagel stores and appetizing shops. And then I had this wonderful artist, Manuel Pretano, who I like. He's my favorite person that I never met because he's in Italy. And so we never even phone called or Zoomed or anything. It was all email. And he was just a peachy, wonderful person who would like redraw the superhero outfit 17 times until I thought the outfit looked cool and so forth. So that was just, I mean, like you were saying, getting to play in a sandbox that you maybe thought you would never play in, a sandbox I had been reading since I was 7 years old.
Nostalgia factor is very heavy.
It was so fun, you know? And I think also some of the pressure was off, like, it's not gonna be the great American novel, it's gonna be a superhero, it's, you know.
Yay.
It was a wonderful experience.
I will say that I'm working on a book right now, and of course my dad has read the first chapter. And I'm having more fun with it because it's space witches, because everyone loves space and everyone loves witches.
I thought you said leeches.
Leeches?
And I was so into it.
I can make leeches part of their vibe if you'd like.
Yes, please.
It feels weird. I don't know, space leeches. Okay. But yeah.
It says big book to me.
Yeah. Nothing says big book like space leeches coming to you. But yeah, so I'm having the best time, and it's coming so easily, and it's just an amazing world building, a lot of world building, but space witches or leeches coming to a bookstore near you in 2049.
Will you admit to a favorite, Ransom?
Sure. My opinion will probably change tomorrow. I think it was Library of Souls, which was the third book in the first trilogy. There's like 2 trilogies and 2 sort of ancillary books, and I felt like it took me until the third book to feel like I really had my hands around the world, and because it was a much bigger world than I even realized I was creating when I wrote that first book, which was just one island, one loop on one island, and then I was like, I want the whole world to be filled with them, and it wasn't until the third book that I felt like I was in a place where I knew the characters, I knew what they wanted, I understood their hearts a little bit, and I was now at a place where I could dip into the world at any time, and I knew what was there. You know, the map wasn't full of holes and blanks to me. So that was really satisfying, and it came very quickly.
Ladies?
Do you have a favorite?
I'll just answer this quickly because I realize there are so many of us. But I think my favorite book to write was my first work of realistic fiction, which is called A Very Large Expansive Sea. Thank you. I don't know, I sort of exhaled that book. My daughter was 4 months old, and yeah, she was about 4 months old, and I also was sort of in this like fugue state, you know. I just remember I felt like I was living in this like dream world where I was like half asleep all the time. And I wrote that book while she was sleeping, or when I would wake up, you know, hours before dawn. And I wrote the book in like 2 weeks. It just like came out in this like emotional exhalation. And it wasn't easy exactly. It was just sort of like I had been waiting my whole life to write it, and I finally just did. And so there was something about that I haven't been able to recapture since.
Yeah, I don't have this experience. I don't have the luxury of the experience that so many on the stage have of like just the exhale of a book. Like, it's such a fraught process for me. So like the book that I'm proudest of is probably The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, but it's because no, thank you. It's because it wasn't easy, and I think I'm proudest of it because I almost didn't write it. Like, it took 10 years, and for 8.5 of those years, I convinced myself I shouldn't write it. And then I realized that it was like, I was choosing between perfection and existence. Like, if it was gonna maintain this perfection in my head, then it was never gonna get written. And I had to like come to terms with the fact it was gonna be imperfect, but real. And so like, it's just gonna take a really long time for something to come along, the way Scorpio races, you say that, like that moment where I had this like empty grave in the plot of land in my head, and I'm like still kind of trying to fill it back in. So in that way, it wasn't easy, but it was beautiful. And I'm really happy with that.
I am so emotional right now. I have missed you guys. I have missed talking about writing. I have missed hearing about your process and your books, and I'm such a fan of all of you. When I saw the schedule, I said, oh my God, this is literally the best panel. So thank you, Margie. I have tears. Okay, so I think we have time for one more question. Oh, right there. Yes.
Yeah. Can you take your mask off?
Oh. No worries, no worries.
If you could fall into any of your books and your worlds as yourself, an all-knowing creator without any superhuman powers, what would you do and explore, and how did you stay alive?
If you had to fall into your own world with no superpowers, how would you stay alive? That is a good question.
I feel like I can't answer this question because I've already secretly written versions of myself into every single one of my books. However, I secretly make them not look like me, so everyone always says, oh, this is the one that you meant. That's not actually me. So my secret soul is already crawling around all over my books, and they're doing just fine, thank you. Yeah, how are you going to do with your space leeches?
Yeah, space leeches. I'm neither, I mean, I might be like a little bit of a witch. Sorry, Dad, coming out as a witch. I'm not a witch, and I don't live in space, and I'm not a super soldier. I think I think the thing that I love so much about sci-fi and fantasy is that for us, we get to be our most powerful selves, right? So that we get to project we invent these, whatever the devices that we invent, lying could be one, for example. But we get to invent these devices that make our characters, which are always little bits and pieces of us, get to do these amazing things. So I think, again, like you, there's a piece of all of us and all of these. So we imbue or imbibe like all of these special, magical, cool powers into them so that we can live vicariously through them a little bit, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm not really sure I understood the question. Maybe that worked.
I think my answer is like Maggie's, which is that I'm already in. I'm already in, and I'm looking at like, you know, sort of this question of like, what if you do something very, very, very terrible? Can you forgive yourself? Can you live with yourself? What kind of person are you after you have done that? Is there any way forward? That's the story of Genuine Fraud. It's the story of Family of Liars. It's the story of We Were Liars. So I'm already in there, and I'm already doing some very bad stuff. And so I think I'm also going to be fine.
Yeah. And surviving. You're surviving your own story.
So, well, you can't enter a time loop if you don't have some peculiarity. So, if I didn't have any superpower, I would just be sort of like standing outside the entrance of the loop, being like, "Hey guys, what's going on there? Looks cool." But if I had some really pedestrian peculiarity, I guess I would just hang out in Miss Peregrine's house and like drink tea. I don't know, man. I think that I love history. I took like no history classes in college, so this series has been a way for me to like explore eras and epochs of history that I previously knew little about but was fascinated by, so I guess I'd look around a little.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to live in any of these books. I seriously, I'll write, I think the drama and the intensity and the angst and all the world ending is great for fiction, but in real life, I've seen too much darkness. I like to watch Gilmore Girls over and over and over again.
What do you like to watch?
Gilmore Girls.
Oh, for me, it's Murder, She Wrote. I don't know, yeah.
There you go,
exactly.
A cozy mystery.
Yeah.
I want to live in this small town where everybody knows my name and I'm just friends with everyone. I just want to live in a Norman Rockwell painting. That's my happy place. And I'm the person who's, I can't watch scary stuff at the end of the night. I'll have nightmares. I watched Minority Report and had a nightmare. My threshold is really low. So I just would probably be a side character who has an ice cream shop in one of these books. I'm just minding my own business.
You would live on the Warner Brothers backlot.
Yeah.
Where they shot Gilmore Girls.
I actually can get away with this question because I would choose vicious, because even if I didn't have a superpower already, all I would have to do to get one is almost die. So as long as I could orchestrate a near-death experience kind of to my advantage, I could enter the world of vicious, just totally mundane, but with all the knowledge that you spoke of, and then I could acquire what else I needed. So I would be pretty cool with that.
Awesome. That is a good note to end on. And do you guys know what time you guys are signing? Because most of you guys are signing after this, I think. Is that true? No. No? Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm at 2.
No, I'm
2
signing
o'clock.
at 2.
2?
1.
1 o'clock?
3. I'm signing at 3.
3 o'clock.
2.
So come and see them, and thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you,
Thank you
Mel.
guys.
Testing, testing. Hi, folks. If you were just here for the 11 o'clock panel and you're interested in attending the 12 o'clock panel, we would ask that you leave the building first. There is already a line for the 12 o'clock panel outside, and then we're happy to welcome you back in with the rest of the group. Thank you so much.
Okay, hello, this is a mic test, and there are a lot of chairs in Barnum Hall, and it's scary to talk in front of a lot of people, but still have to do it because that's what this is. And, yeah, it's a mic test. The walls of Barnum are green. That's an interesting design choice. I'm not sure why they did that, but, you know, it's cool. This is a cool set. There's nice balloons and stuff, and that shark is cool. I don't know why there's a giant Sharpie, but whatever. And there's very good lighting. Good job to whoever did the lighting. And yeah, that panel was good. Okay. Okay. Barnum Hall's walls are green, and that was an interesting design choice. I don't like it. And Barnum also has a lot of chairs, which is cool because it means it can sit a lot of people. This stage has nice decorations right now. The balloons are cool colors, and there's a giant Sharpie, and that's cool. The lights are good. They're green and yellow and blue, and that's cool. And then the lights are on everywhere else. And I'm doing a mic test for Zach because this needs to be EQ'd. There's some exit signs, and that's cool and useful because it means people can exit if they need to. There's
He told me to do it. All right, Zach. Am I holding this too close to my face? All right, this is good. We're setting up for the next panel. I think we have 6 people, right? We're going to be doing some authors again, I'm sure. We've got some people signing later. Got them out of breath from running down the stage, but at least I'm not whispering now, I suppose. God. I know you weren't really whispering, but he says you were whispering, so I don't know, man. Zach is a very specific thing. I don't know. But yeah, we're got to set up for another show. I'm not sure if we got all these chairs, because I don't think we have 7 people anymore. Are we okay?
the mics up. We're just, yeah. Hi, guys. Sorry, we're just forcing everyone to get started, but we have a conversation we want to have and we're losing too much time, so we're making this happen now. Here. No, sit here. Yeah. I'm Margaret Stoll. I'm moderating this panel. If you're here, I hope you're here for the world building panel, which normally, this is when I would tell you the name of the panel, but I don't remember the name of the panel. Oh, Stormtroopers' helmets and second breakfast, world building, small details, something, something, something. Is that right? Is that what you're here for? I am going to let my illustrious panelists introduce themselves and say maybe the name of your book or what you're here to plug, and then we'll hop right in. And my name is Margaret Stoll. I am one of the co-founders of Yallfest and Yallwest, so thank you for coming out because I was really nervous no one would come. I'm often known for Beautiful Creatures, which was my first novel long ago. I write a lot of things with Marvel, and I make video games and comics too. If you are interested in having me sign something for you, my signing time is wrong. I'm signing at 2 o'clock, not 3 o'clock, so there you go. I prepared for this panel, and these are my notes. Okay, let's start at the end, right here. Susan.
Hi, guys. Was this not...
Are all the mics on?
Can you hear me? Oh, yes, you can. Hi, guys. I am Susan Dinner, the author of the Something Strange and Deadly series, the currently ongoing Witchland series, and the upcoming Luminaries series. And thank you! This is my first event in 2.5 years. It's my first time leaving my house, really. I hadn't even been in a restaurant until today, so this is very exciting, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
I cannot hear very well. Could you hear her? Okay. Yes? Okay. 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 You guys speak really loudly because I can't hear.
Okay. Hi, Margie.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi, I'm Victoria Aveyard. I am the author of the Red Queen series and the ongoing Realmbreaker series. Woo. I am also so excited to be here today. We're so happy to see so many of you guys coming out. Last night at the party, we were like, nobody could show up, and that would be cool too. But we're really happy you did show up, and we're so happy to talk to you guys today.
I'm Soma Chinani, author of the School for Good and Evil series. Thank you. Also known as Aveyard's sidekick. The prequel to The School for Good and Evil, Rise of the School for Good and Evil, comes out on May 31st. The School for Good and Evil movie comes out on a date that I am dying to tell you, but I am not allowed. But if you come up to me and somehow bamboozle me into telling you, I might. She knows. I told her.
What does bamboozling look like to you?
I don't know. We will find out. So yeah, Margie, you're next. Wait, no, you finished. So Ransom.
I went. Let's go.
Margie went. My name is Ransom Riggs, and thank you guys. I'm known for the Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children series. I have a new edition in that series coming out in September, and it was written by Miss Peregrine herself, and it is called Miss Peregrine's Museum of Wonders, an indispensable guide to the dangers and delights of the peculiar world for the instruction of new arrivals. And that's all in the title. That's not the subtitle.
So you're really into short titles.
Was I supposed to say more stuff?
No.
Okay.
That was really...
Hi, everyone. My name is Namina Forna, and I am the author of the ongoing Gilded One series.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Liz Huerta. I'm the author of The Lost Dreamer, which debuted last month.
These are all super smart writers who we wanted on this panel together because this is, if you are a writer, probably if you are a reader also, one of the things you like to talk about is world building because it always seems miraculous to us, even though it is the construction trade, as we were talking about being construction workers last night. It's the trade craft of what we do. So we could all generally talk about it endlessly, but we also all do it a little differently. One thing I wanted to throw out to the panelists at the beginning is the theory of this panel is, what is a world made up of? Like, how do you build it? And it's made, I'll tell you the answer, it's made up of a lot of really small decisions and details. And I think that what we're going to talk about today is what makes a world feel real and what makes a reader care about it. And to get there, you have to think about what makes a writer care about it. So what I want to know from you guys is, give me what's the little small detail of a world that made that world come alive for you as a reader? Or if you want to, tell me what's the one small detail of one of your books that made it come alive for you as a writer. But I'm interested in, let's put it this way, using the Star Wars model. Are you guys hearing a buzz?
Yeah.
Can we in the room fix that, or is it because there are too many mics up here by each other? Okay, is that better? Okay. Star Wars model, for example, it's not I don't think it's like the conflict of, dark and light, or, the war itself that anchors people. My theory is it's sort of the specificity of, a lightsaber in particular, as opposed to a blade, or a sound, the sound of how they move, or or the language of Yoda. I mean, think about what it is for you. But what I want to know from you guys is, what is a detail that made a world happen for you?
I can start. I mean, I think it'll be interesting, for all of us to say one from something we've seen and maybe something from one of our own, because the contrast might be interesting. For me, the one that I loved growing up, and I would watch the episode over and over and over, was in Scooby-Doo. Do you remember the episode with that machine that made soda floats? Does this sound familiar? Scooby would go and he'd press this button and it would make cola, and then it would have whipped cream on top. Does this sound familiar at all? It was the whipped cream machine that got me. And I was it was so specific, and it was something that I just thought was the coolest thing in the world. And then when I started writing my own books, I just realized food was super important. I felt if you create this huge fantasy world, this question of where does the food come from? Who cooks the food? Was this central issue to me. So in School for Good and Evil, I decided in the School for Evil, they were basically going to live on overcooked oatmeal, basically, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it was just delivered in these big, pig troughs that the kids had to eat in, because it seemed like something the evil kids would eat out of. And then in the good school, there would be these enchanted pots that would make whatever you wanted in the world. But they also were quite possessed by pride in their own cooking, and at any point in time could decide not to cook that day, or decide to cook poorly. They were sort of moody pots, because I thought that sort of fit in the School for Good. So this idea of where food came from became really the detail I look for in a new world.
I just have to interrupt and say that when I was in 5th grade, I lied to someone on my bus and told her that I had a machine at my house that would make any food you wanted and give it to you right when you pushed a button. And I lied about that every day, and then she came to me in high school many years later and said, "Do you remember telling me that you had a machine?"
It's a
that
traumatizing lie. And the other thing is, I've seen that machine before. Is it in Phantom Tollbooth? Does this sound familiar? There's a machine in one of these beloved children's books that makes whatever you want.
Pretty much in Star Trek.
Are you thinking of Spy Kids? Because that's what I'm thinking of, is they put the little popcorn packet in and suddenly it's a Big Mac.
I don't know. I feel like I was too pretentious for Spy Kids. I remember seeing the preview being no, not for me.
Justice for Carmi and Judy. My God.
Okay, wait, tell us your world building.
Well, I was going to say something, but then that did make me think of Spy Kids and how much I love that detail. But for me, overall, I really like the idea of curse words and oaths and what do people swear on in that world, what matters to them. So there's a bunch of them depending on what world you're going to pick, but like for Game of Thrones, they say 7 hells, and that opens up so much more room for like their belief system, their religion, what matters to them based on who they are, because different people in the world swear on different things. And in Red Queen, the Silvers really care about their dynasties and their houses, so they swear on their house colors. And then in Realmbreaker, they have people who are magical, and some people call them Spindleborn, and people who don't like them call them Spindle Rotten. And having those little moments of like, that's a curse word, that's a slur, that's what is part of the culture or the belief system has always been a little bit of a key in the lock for me.
Wait, do you have separate curse words? Like, are there, like, other than, but then do you use usual curse words also?
Yeah, I get 1 F-bomb a book.
So it's like a hybrid cursing system.
I get PG-13 rules.
Anybody else?
I think about food. I love to cook and I love to eat. So, and a lot of the books that I read and I connect with, I'm like, how are they I think somebody else mentioned food. How are they getting their food? How are they cooking it? I specifically am really curious. I really love like Survivor Man and those shows like that to figure out how people make fire. So I'm interested in how people make fire and carry fire from place to place. And I made sure that was a part of The Lost Dreamer, where there was, in one of the scenes, they're traveling and they carry a coal with them in a hollowed out bone filled with moss, so the coal will stay alive, so they don't have to make fire in the next scene. But one of the specific things within, because it's an indigenous world, I'm really interested in water. And it's dual narrative, and in the part of the book where there is a city, there's an aqueduct system. There's a system of aqueducts that flow through the main city, which actually happened in a lot of the indigenous big cities in pre-contact Americas. And then in the other narrative, there are, in Spanish, the word is cenotes, so water holes where water comes up from an aquifer in the ground. And so, but I make sure there is a relationship to water, like you have to go and get the water. Water is a part of life. And so I think for me, just those very basic, how do you survive within this world, just those basic human needs is a foundation from where everything else grows.
That's super interesting.
I think, for me, one of the masters of world building was always Tolkien, and you know, when I got to the part of Lord of the Rings where like they were singing songs that went on for a very long period of time, and were written in Elvish and stuff, I was like, wow, you know, I really am now in the world to such a degree that I feel like I could wander away from the characters that we're following, and I would still be there, and the world goes on endlessly, which is a feeling I love to feel when I'm reading a fantasy book, or even just a regular fiction book. You know, regular contemporary fiction is fantasy too, in a way. It's all invented. But I was sort of channeling that in this most recent book I wrote, Museum of Wonders, which is it's 100% world building. So there's a section in there on language and the old peculiar language that all the old Imbrans speak. And so I had like, there's like 50 or 60, you know, terms and phrases in there, and I had to actually, they're translated, so I wrote the original and then the translation in English, and there's like greetings, like, I see that your grave hole remains empty, and yes, how pleasing that the worms haven't gotten you yet, and stuff. And the longest word in the peculiar language is like 75 letters long, and it's like the feeling you get when you're really excited to play a song for someone, but in the middle of playing the song, you realize they're not liking it as much as you thought they would, and you feel a little embarrassed.
That is such a universal feeling.
It is. I instantly cringed inside. I know it.
I'm sure there's a word in German for it.
100%. Wait, was this a word you invented? In your book?
Yeah. I can't remember it. It's 74 words long, or letters long.
Oh my God. I was going to say, if I had to do something like that, it would be like, Madam, please don't poke me with your umbrella, would be like the sentence I would start with.
It's interesting you say that about the songs, because I was going to say something similar. I'm a big gamer, and so I love how in games, if you guys have ever played Skyrim or Dragon Age or Mass Effect or Dishonored, they always have in-world documents. Or Bioshock, you know, there's all these little bits of the world that are planted into the game, and it makes it feel really real, and like you're eavesdropping on what's really going on in the room when you're not there. And so I wanted to have that in my books, which, different medium, but that sort of format really inspired me to write the third book in the Witchland, Sight Witch, which is like told through journal entries, but interspersed with all sorts of found footage type materials from the world to tell the story. So like, you know, you might have a song or you might have a snippet from a book, and they're all slowly building out the story. And that was really fun, and like just for me to experiment with a different format than just the normal prose. Do love normal prose, of course, but that was a cool way to like flex my nerd side.
Do you ever wonder whose job it is to write the insides of those little books in a video game?
It's you? I got offered one of those jobs and I didn't take it, but it's on my bucket list actually because I love it.
It was my first job. It was I think it was my first paid writing. I hear the buzz again, do you?
Is it my mic maybe? It's gotta be my fault.
It's
I think one of us is accidentally aiming our microphone too directly at the speakers
Maybe
or
that's
something.
me. I keep
Just
moving it
point it at the audience, maybe that'll.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, but it was my first paid writing job.
That's
I wrote
awesome.
the insides of the books. I wrote fake spy files for Spycraft, the great game, and then because they said, "Can you write in HTML?" And I said, "Sure."
I can learn it.
And I learned HTML and wrote fake spy dossiers, and then I wrote the insides of all different kinds of books for this library in a book called Zork, in a game called Zork Nemesis. And that was then I was a writer, because I'd been paid to write.
Yeah.
That's such an interesting question also, everybody's first kind of paid writing gig that made them feel like they were actually like a real legitimate writer.
What was yours?
I don't know. My first one was I got hired to write the Cliff Notes for the Kama Sutra. It's still on Amazon.
I want that so badly. Like there's literal cliff. Okay.
They were like, Indian boy, surely he can do it. They literally picked the worst possible Indian boy to do it. I took my $400 and went away, and it's still on Amazon. It's on my Goodreads. People rate it all the time. As
What is
troll.
rating for your Cliff Notes?
I don't
Where's
even
your
wanna
royalty
know.
check?
Definitely don't get it. Ransom, what was yours? You did something, no?
I worked for the local. There's a local newspaper in Englewood, Florida, where I grew up, which is just like supported by ads, and they only say night. You know, it's mostly just like, old lady feeds turtles on beach, and I was a staff writer for the Englewood Review.
So did you do like Florida man stories?
Yeah, except we weren't allowed to print anything distressing or real, so it was just like kids have fun at pool. But I would try and sneak like funny things in there.
I want to hear, though, I don't think we've heard, Rena, your details.
I think that for me, Buffy the Vampire Slayer was like the thing that I loved growing up. And the detail for me that always struck me was that when a vampire was ready to feed, their face changed. And before that, like, it used to be that, vampires were all like, sexy flexy, like on, what was that movie, Interview with a Vampire? But the fact that in Buffy, their faces changed, I was like, oh, this is not the vampire that we know. And so we understand that this is a demonic creature, this is not a seduction. And so that was the thing that flipped for me and made me such a huge fan of Buffy. And it's such a small detail, but like, I think sometimes details like that really sort of change how your book is perceived. So in my book, the girls in my book bleed gold. Because my book is about like a group of girls who are faster and stronger than regular people, and everyone thinks that they're demons. And initially when I was writing the book, I was like, I wanted to talk about what it means to live in a world that's like an absolute patriarchy. And I wanted to talk about like how women are commodified. So how do you show that women are commodified, meaning that, their bodies and beings are basically seen as material objects, money. I was like, wait a second, what if they bleed gold? And that, for me, that was the visual metaphor that made everything sort of come together.
That's so cool. And I do think that right there is the thing, which is that any of the small details that fascinate us that we bother to remember or tell you in our own work or someone else's, they always, I feel, connect directly to the to the bigger thoughts that we've been having or that the writer was having. So I actually think if you care about something tiny like that, it's usually because you care about the very biggest story that the book is telling. And I think in a really nerdy way, that's super fascinating. What was your first job?
I've had so many. But I think the first writing job that like I really felt I was a solid writer, I used to write clickbait. Like I used to write, you'll never guess what happened if, you know, and I used to write for Pup Sugar, and I used to write like basically synopses after Game of Thrones. You had like 30 minutes to like do the rundown of what happened on Game of Thrones. So like that was...
What was the worst clickbait that you wrote?
God.
We need to know.
You just want to expose me now.
Well,
like there were so many.
Kama Sutra, you know?
Like,
summarized Kama Sutra.
like honestly, I can't even remember because it was such a horrible time. Like all I know is that it was like just a blur of me writing all these like really silly things that like I was just like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
What about Liz? What was your
first
like legal?
What do you mean by legal?
I mean, so it's really interesting because I'm a college dropout. I went right into working for my family business, working construction as an iron painter. But people would hire me to write their college papers for them, just because I was really good at it. And I would also, people would in creative writing classes would pay me to write their stories for them. So I was a ghostwriter, which probably wasn't legal, but.
Wait, but like, I feel like that's, I did that. Did anybody?
Yeah, did we all kind of like, did we all have like this secret
too.
hustle of writing papers? So it wasn't legal, but I mean, I felt like a writer because I was getting paid for my words. You know, that's what a writer is. Like, I don't really, like, I was functioning outside of capitalism, and I felt really, really proud of myself. Yeah, like we are like the college admissions like superstars.
To be fair, I never charged.
The one
Margie,
time
value
I ever-
yourself.
What were you doing then?
Love yourself, Margie.
I know for a fact at least 3 people got into Harvard because of me.
What were you saying? What?
So call me when you want to write your college essays.
This is
I
still
also
the
write
service
really
you
mean
offer?
texts for people. Like if somebody's like having a bad breakup, and I'm like, oh, I can be cruel.
Wait, give us an example.
What do you want to make this person think in the middle of the night when they wake up for the rest of their life? I got you.
I'm really good, right now, I'm really good at other people's dating profiles. It's also a service I provide when I break up with someone. I'm like, listen, you got to get rid of this, this, and this. That was not appealing at all.
This is world building, right? Because it's a little bit of reality and a lot of fantasy in what you present yourself as. You know what I mean? I feel like everyone's dating profile is kind of indicative of, you know, what they want heaven to be like.
What's on your dating profile, Salman?
It's still up, so I'm not going to say anything.
Like, do you want to know about the Kama Sutra?
I should probably put that in there. Though who knows who it would attract? Oh, God.
Isn't the Kama Sutra very short already?
It's pretty short, and I tried to be really analytical about it, and there's one Amazon review, and it's a 1-star review that says, I have managed to make a very erotic book antiseptic and sterile.
And now he writes for children.
What was your first money job, Victoria?
First money writing job. I was paid, and I don't know if this was legal now that I think about it. A man in Beverly Hills paid me and a friend money to rewrite a screenplay that he said was going to be a starring vehicle for The Rock. And we had meetings in his house.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He was
Baby V.
very old. And
Baby V.
yes, and there was an assistant there at all times, and it never saw the light of the day, and we did get paid, but I don't know where that script is now. It was called The Way of the Rat.
The Way of the Rat?
The Way of the Rat. It was supposed to be like a Chinese mythology-based adventure film, big budget blockbuster film for The Rock. So we'll figure that one out.
Well, now he's sitting on a Victoria Aveyard original script,
I don't think he got that script.
Mine is so boring compared to everybody else. The first writing gig I got paid for was a publication in a scientific journal because my background is in marine biology. So I sold, and it's like peanuts. You maybe get paid, and often you don't. So, yeah.
What was it about?
Oh my gosh, it's really riveting. An indigenous crayfish species in northwest Georgia. So yeah, that was my senior thesis, and I got it published, and I think that species might be extinct now. Yeah, I know, this is horrible. It was endangered when I wrote about it. I was writing about its fecundity. How many eggs did the ladies grow? And yeah.
They needed the Kama Sutra cliff
They
notes.
did.
This is wild.
They
She made crayfish go extinct.
It's my
this
fault.
one like got people legally into college. I taught people about sex. It's just like this like weird like go round of what everyone's first job was.
I will tell you that I did help my little brother once on a paper for a Japanese literature class when I was in grad school, and I might have helped him too much because his professor said, "This is a grad student level paper."
Oops.
I was like, yeah, second year. We overshot. Does anyone else have something they want to ask or share? Because I'm looking at my paper plate.
Your number 2 looks really good. Ask your number 3.
Did you just say her number 2 looks really good?
Look, it's right,
Soman.
it's right here.
I mean,
She
speaking of
said,
number
and she
2,
wrote it
I
on the
tried.
plate. She
Can
said,
we talk about how Soman's now the moderator of this panel?
well, on the way over, Margie's like, take over whenever I need it. Okay, what makes people care about things?
What makes people care about things?
What do you mean?
I don't, look.
Relatability. I think when characters, when you see a character you can relate to.
Relatability.
Oh,
She actually said
I'm cheating. No, yeah, I think it's relatability. It's seeing themselves in the world. It's seeing themselves in the character. And to me, that means flawed characters and finding people who feel real and feel morally gray and putting them in those extraordinary worlds. Because the only way you believe these extraordinary worlds that we build is if we have ordinary people in them. Because like the magic and stuff, if we just gave that to you, you'd be like, this is stupid. But you put someone in there who reacts to it in a believable way, that helps. And in Realmbreaker, I have a lot of characters reacting to the unbelievable the way that a normal person would, and that's really fun for me to have someone be able to call out, like, this is a ridiculous situation, and you're being a hero, and you're going to get us all killed, and I'm not doing that.
In comics, there are often characters who are the reader proxy, and same within games. And people a lot of times think one of the successes of Spider-Man is that he was a reader proxy character in a certain way, put into the role of a hero protagonist at a time when there were no other heroes like that. I think that is super fascinating.
It's interesting, in the School for Good and Evil movie, the line that gives me the most chills when it happens on screen is when the 2 girls are dropped into the schools. And in the book, Sophie, as they're coming down, to me it's that Jurassic Park moment when the gates are opening up for the first time. And she says in the book, she's like, this is it, this is real. And in the movie, she like screams those lines as the bird is sort of flying towards the school for the first time. And to me, that's the moment, no matter how old you get, you never get rid of when you're into a new world and you're like, this is real. You know, you're about to walk in through the gates to see the dinosaurs or the hobbits or whatever it is. You know, it's that portal moment.
Anybody else?
How do you guys build up to that moment, you know, that the doors are opening and you're coming into the world? Because if that doesn't work and it doesn't feel real or earned, then it just falls apart.
It's hard to do if you're in an alternate universe, though, because you're kind of there from the beginning. I know you've got Realmbreaker and I've got Witchlands that way, and it's so there's less of that, like, there go the gates. But I think then you really are coming down to that relatability, those small details that make the world feel really real, so that as soon as you're dropped into that first scene, you're like, oh, I'm there, I feel it. I think in my first scene in The Truth Witch, she's like up on a rock in this heist, or they're supposed to do this roadside heist, and it's all gone very wrong. And she gets pooped on by a seagull. And we've all had that. If you haven't had that, then you don't work in marine biology. But I will tell you, I have been pooped on by so many seagulls in my day. And so I think that's something you can relate to, or any bird, really. That's just, it adds this moment of like, and you know what that feels like.
But hold on, why do you guys write, like you both write without portals in your books, and I don't feel like I could ever write a fantasy world without a portal. Like, it just, I couldn't do it.
Realmbreaker literally has portals in it, but
different, because it's
different kinds of portals.
Yeah.
Portals to other also fake world.
Yeah, but what, like both of you, have you like you tend to write fantasy worlds from the beginning?
Because I don't want to live in the real world.
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm just curious with the audience. How many of you would rather read a portal fantasy where we start in our world and go into a fantasy realm, and how many of you would rather read a pure fantasy realm? So portals, raise your hand if you're a portal person. I'm just curious. And how many of you are like, let's start in a completely new world? Oh, wow.
You're in the wrong
This
business.
is why.
Technically, you also start in a different world too, because the
I guess
school.
you're right.
So shush.
I guess that's right. I guess that's right.
I think you can have a fantasy with a portal. You know, I think that's what I definitely did, like within the Lost Dreamer. It's a fantastical world, indigenous fantastical world, a secondary world. But within that world, there is an entryway into another dimension, you know, which is extra portally. And I love that portal. It's a total vortex of just trippiness, you know, where there's no rules, that the rules are completely different. It's just magical and weird and strange, and I got to have a lot of fun. So I like the fantasy with the portal. I like ordinary world going into another world, but I want to go deeper.
I think I would love to add to like what you were saying, Victoria was saying about the characters being real, and everyone was saying about the details. I think that for me, the best fantasy rests on a basis of reality. Like, you really need to have enough groundedness in what is the real world, what are the rules of the real world in this fantasy world in order to sort of build and lift off. I don't know if there's any people in here who like want to write fantasy, but like one thing that I always use, there's a Netflix, I think it's called a speculative documentary called Alien Worlds. Have y'all ever watched that?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I thought it was real, and I didn't know what was going on. Because it was really late at night, and I had insomnia, and I was like, this isn't real? What did I eat tonight? Like, I didn't know what was going on. It's so strange.
So what I love about that documentary is that it shows you like a real world scientific principle, like for instance, like, you know, wind currents and like how they work. And then what it then does is it creates a whole new alien world based on that scientific principle. So if you ever want to sort of see world building in action, watch that documentary, because it goes from this is what the principle is to this is what this world looks like, and just builds on like that one principle. And I think when you are talking about writing, when you're talking about writing a fantasy world, it's really what is the basis, what is the real basis, what are the rules, what are the laws that allows you to sit in that fantasy world and feel sort of completely confident in moving through it.
Yeah, I had a professor who said you can get an audience to believe one unbelievable thing, and everything else in the story has to try and make sense under that umbrella. So like Harry Potter, people have magic. Red Queen, people have evolved to have superpowers, and everything else under that has to make sense. I think the point of all of our world building, the point of every word we put on the page, is to make you believe the story that we're telling you. Yeah. Because that belief is so valuable, and once we lose it or break it, it's really hard to get back. So you can only push you so far, and it's cool to find like the boundaries of
You know, art directors I worked in a video game incubation lab for a while at Bungie in Seattle, and working really closely with an art director was fascinating, because he had like and I guess this is common with art directors, but like a mathematical rule about like difference and reality, and it was about a player's ability to perceive something as different meant it was like 80-20 or 70-30. I think it was 70-30, but like 70% of your experience needs to feel real, needs to be familiar, and 30% must be bizarrely different, but you can't perceive what is different and new unless you have the framework of your like existing world. And it's so interesting, sort of the construction of difference, right? Like, we must replicate what you understand in order to break it. And I think we really are doing that to sort of a different, I'm curious to know if you know your percentage.
Well, I think it's constructing a dream, right? So to me, whenever you're building a
rearranging.
fantasy, yeah, you're sort of taking the familiar world and then you're recycling, reconstructing, you know, so you have to be familiar with dreams, you have to be familiar with, you know, your own altered states, you have to be able to like dig inside yourself and find that essence that is just yours and then contort it in a way that other people will understand. So it's taking a dream that, you know, you've had. Imagine waking up and trying to explain your dream. 99.9% of the population can't do that, but theoretically we can, and that's our special gift and talent. Do you want to ask audience questions since we're running out of time? I love how I'm like Margie said on Jiminy Cricket. Margie.
So someone actually, though, is like, I just do whatever he says, mostly anyway. Like, all week I've been like, someone, I have a broken heart, fix me. And he's like, listen, here's this book. It's called Awareness.
I did tell her to read Awareness. Also, all of us have had broken hearts. Who in this room has not been suffered from a man behaving poorly?
Or woman. Who in this room got dumped on their anniversary and COVID at the same day?
Oh, no.
Thank you. No one else? No?
We can build a fantasy world to fix this, Margie.
I feel like that's the start of a movie, though.
Yes, very.
This is your Eat, Pray, Love.
Right?
This is your first act.
Eat, Read, Love.
Okay. Have any of you, I've told everyone this, but have any of you been watching, what have I been watching?
Heartstopper.
Thank you. Heartstopper. Have any of you been watching Heartstopper with a broken heart? Okay, thank you. We'll talk. But I was watching it and I was like, oh my God, I was in love with the bad guy. This is my hero's journey. I'm the protagonist. I need my act 3. Get over this fight. Like, learn to not like these people. Anyway, I recommend Heartstopper. That's all I'm saying. Okay, we are pretty much out of time. Does anyone have a question? Yes, right there. In the stripes with the other stripes and the tam pants. Yeah. Stand up and say it really loud. Whether or not we like going through a portal, I'm with you.
You mean like
Reverse
Enchanted?
portal, where the magical people come to us to the regular world.
Like Enchanted.
Yeah.
The
I've
problem
read
is,
some great fan fiction that does that.
yeah, but the problem is
that
our
is a
world
common
is,
fan fiction theme.
but our world is so kind of.
Legolas in our world is really funny.
Oh, sure.
Legolas in our world is really funny. Well, so Beautiful Creatures has casters, which is they're a magical race, and they live outside of Charleston in South Carolina. So I did a little of that. And in fact, they have a magical underground library system that comes up through the regular library. So I do operate. I prefer the sort of hidden within plain sight worlds. Anyone?
I feel like my characters could not exist in the real world just because like the minute they came here, they'd like kill somebody and end up in jail, and that would be like the end of the book.
The Cullens like choose to be in the real world in Twilight, which I've never quite understood.
Yeah, neither have I.
I'm a 100-year-old vampire. I'm going back to high school.
No, they should be on the ship to Hot Boy Island that we did during Storyball.
Ship to Hot Boy Island. It's 12:46. Let's get in another question. Does anyone, right in the middle, right there. Yes, with the white shirt with the black trim. Which is
That's
you.
yeah.
At what point does your world building come into the draft? Do you have all your details when you're doing your first draft, or does it really come through in the process of revision?
I'm going to just say I bet we all do it differently because I think there's no right way to do it. And I think that if you asked each of us, we would have a slightly different answer. I know I personally do a bit of both. I discover a lot as I'm writing, particularly those small details, but I also do like to plan some of the world. You know, it's been noodling in my brain for a long time before I sit down to write.
I need the physical geography of the world very,
She
very
likes her
early.
maps.
I like a map. I started with tectonic plates on this one,
Oh,
and
I
that
love
was a
that.
really bad idea.
Tectonic
Don't start
plates?
with tectonic plates. Don't do that. I
But
drew a
why?
globe and I drew the tectonic plates because I wanted to know where the mountain ranges and the oceans were, and that's how you find out where those are.
I feel like you took too many science
Don't do
classes.
that. Don't do. You can, but I wanted it to feel like it had a basis.
In
It's
I know,
something
this is
real.
why we get along.
We're
so
gonna move
topical.
on. We're gonna move on.
I believe you have to start with the poem at the front of the book. You know that on this panel I generally recite the poem from The Darkest Rising, which I won't do, but know that I can. We're getting the high sign in the back. You guys have been a great crowd. Great crowd tonight. We're here all week. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out. Enjoy your day. Could have done that.
Testing, testing. Hi, guys. We do ask that if you were just here for our 12 o'clock panel and you're attending our 1 o'clock panel, we do need you to exit the theater because there is already a line for the 12 o'clock panel, and we want to make it fair that everyone can come in and get the seat that they want. So if you were here for our 12 o'clock and you're attending our 1 o'clock, we just ask that you step out, step back into the line, and re-enter the auditorium. Thank you so much. That is great. Thank you.
I just have to, now I feel even shorter than I am in real life because I'm just looking up. 5'4". Well, 3 and a half. I'm 5'6" maybe. So we'll see. It's all a lie, though. Are we missing a? Who's our center? Do we have a middle? Yeah, we're missing her.
Tagine Adam Silvera.
He's probably coming from.
Adam Silvera. Should we just start? Wait. Anyone know any knock-knock jokes?
Someone does know knock-knock joke.
Okay. Who's there? Spell who?
That took me a second.
I've never had this happen before.
Maybe we should start and then, because we can do introductions and then hopefully he'll like come in right when it's his time for
Okay,
introduction.
let's do that. All right. Hello, welcome to Yallwest. Thank you guys for coming to our panel about streaming stories. My name is Stephanie Garber. I am really excited to moderate today's panel. I'm going to start by asking all the lovely panelists to introduce themselves. So first, my name is Stephanie Garber. I am the author of the Caraval series, Once Upon a Broken Heart, and the upcoming The Ballad of Never After. And I absolutely am a huge sucker for any YA film adaptation. So I'm really excited to see how many secrets I can pull from everyone today.
Hi, I am Kate Marchant. I am the author of Float, which is out now through Wattpad Books. And our impending movie adaptation, which just wrapped filming and is in post, is starring Robbie Amell and Andrea Bang. Very exciting.
And Amell. I'm just like, ooh, an Amell. I'm Tracy Dion, author of Legendborn, and just this February we announced that Legendborn is being developed for TV. There he is! And I'm very excited about that process. And should I keep talking just to give you some time?
We were hoping you would show up. It's just introductions.
Yeah.
Skip, and I'll come back and see how we're all introducing each other before ourselves before I do it. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Abigail Hing-Wen. I'm the author of Love Boat Taipei and Love Boat Reunion, the sequel, which just came out in January. Love Boat Taipei stars Ashley Liao and Ross Butler as our leads, and just wrapped filming in January, and now we're in post as well.
Hi, I'm V.E. Schwab, author of like 21 different books, but one of my short stories, First Kill, comes out extremely soon on Netflix. So like we have filmed, we have gone through post, I have seen all of the episodes and the trailer, and it is coming out very, very soon.
I'm Beth Rickles, author of Lockdown on London Lane and also the Kissing Booth series, which was on Netflix. Starring Joey King, Jacob Elordi, and Joel Courtney.
Hi, I'm Adam Silvera. I wrote They Both Die at the End, a bunch of other books. I don't have a show on Netflix that's premiering super soon, or a successful movie franchise. Actually kind of confused why I'm here, but like I'm in the middle of creating some stuff, so that will maybe become things that we get to enjoy at some point. But happy to talk about that stage when appropriate.
All right.
Also, hi everyone. I'm so sorry.
No, we figured you were coming from another event.
It just made it a more exciting intro. Like it was a really good intro. So, okay, so I thought it would be fun to hear, like, I feel like for all these panels, like, maybe not everyone knows who everyone is. And so I thought it would be fun to start by saying what book you would love to see adapted. Because I feel like if I love something and another author loves it, then I'm like, ooh, I would probably love their books. So, and also this is a great time to shout out for something you love. So I'll start by saying I would love to see the Stalking Jack the Ripper series by Carrie Maniscalco adapted. I love the murder and the romance and the dresses, and I really, really want to see all of that on screen.
It's not YA, but I probably want to see all of Emily Henry's books turned into movies. I've been on an Emily Henry kick recently.
Kaylin Bayron has This Poison Heart out, and the sequel is coming in June. I just lost the name. Wicked. Anyway, sorry, Kaylin. But but This Poison Heart is so cinematic. It's about a girl who can control the growth of plants, and it's a black girl, a love story, a mystery, a gothic mystery. Like, it's just, I think it'd be wonderful.
Okay, I don't have a wholesome answer. Has anyone in this room read The Bunker Diary by Kevin Brooks? I didn't think so. Okay, it's just like, it won like a really big like UK prize. It's the most devastating piece of fiction I've ever read in my life, and if you know me, I write sad stuff, and I just want to see like how they would pull it off. Like it would be, I mean, it's bleak. So I love things that make me cry. Like I love the swoon stuff, I love, you know, all that, but like I want to like be gutted by something, and I think that's the book that adaptation would probably do that to me.
I would say Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, which is like a fantastical version of England in the Victorian era, and it's dark and beautiful, and the language is gorgeous, and I would just love to see that.
It's been adapted, yeah.
Are you serious?
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Oh my God, I will watch
it's
that
like
tonight.
a BBC series, I think.
Oh,
it's like a 6-part BBC. It's
thank
absolutely
you for.
worth seeing.
I'm so glad you asked this question.
What a gift!
I know, right? Lucky you. I'd probably want to say The Bells by Danielle Clayton, not just because of like the teacup animals, but honestly, like in part because of the teacup animals. But no, just like an extraordinary fantasy series about beauty and power, and I love everything about it.
Up until last week, I probably would have said Heartstopper by Alice Oseman, but that's just come out and I loved it. And now I think I would say Hank Green's An Absolutely Remarkable Thing, because I think it's just a really interesting commentary on social media and the internet and that kind of culture, and also like some really cool sci-fi elements to it, which I think would just be awesome on screen.
Oh, I loved all these answers. All right, so I'm really curious, and also I love talking about craft. I love talking about craft and writing, so my first question, when you wrote your books, any books, whatever ones you're thinking about, did you think in terms of film or TV? Like, did you think in terms of like, did you see it as it was a film? Did you think in terms of like, oh, I'm gonna write this to be adapted? Or any of that, or did you just write thinking purely of books? And feel to expand in any way on process, because I just love it all.
Okay, if we're just going down the line.
Or jumping in.
For anybody that probably doesn't know my story, I started writing my debut novel when I was 15, so 0 publication goals, 0 adaptation goals. It was later that I went to the University of Southern California, where I actually picked up anything at all about film publication. So it's kind of very lucky that I ended up here, actually. But my first book I started without any big goals.
I might jump in there because I had the same thing as Kate, where I started with, when I was 15 on Wattpad as well, and had no expectations. And I remember people used to comment like, "Oh, this reads like a movie. You should make a movie of this." And I was like, "That's never going to happen." But what do I know? But then, like with my more recent book, Lockdown on London Lane, I also ended up posting that on Wattpad originally, and I had in the back of my mind writing that one, "Oh, this would be like kind of cool to see adapted though," because I think because I'd already gone through that experience, I was like, "Oh, well, maybe, you never know."
So I also used to get the comment that my writing was, they could see it on a screen, it was visual, and I found that a lot of the craft books that I was drawn to are actually for screenplay, so Robert McKee's Story, Save the Cat, Story Engineering, and so my writing tends to lend itself to kind of the 3-act structure that is common in film, and similar with the adaptation. When I met with producers, they would say, "Oh, it's all here already. It's like we see like the film in the book."
For They Both Die at the End, I specifically saw it as a TV show, and so it's like a novel that's like primarily narrated by like 2 boys, but there's also like these interstitial perspectives, and I just knew that when you're trying to sell a TV show that is about queer Latinos, you are kind of like, I don't know, you don't have the best odds of adaptation necessarily, and so I knew that by like inserting a lot of like more adult presences and also just like white characters, that would give Hollywood the opportunity to be able to cast the big white actors to like star in this thing that would still ultimately serve as a vehicle for queer Latinos to like lead the show. And it's kind of like a Trojan horse effect. And you look at shows like Orange is the New Black, which like successfully did that. Like it's so easy to think that that show is about Piper or whatever her name was, like the main white woman, when it's actually about all these like brown, black women, but that show became accessible to a lot of people, aka white people, because there was a pretty blonde white woman on all the billboards, right? And as you progress through that show, it becomes less and less about her and more about all these other extraordinary women. But for that show to have, you know, collected the success that it had, it needed that Trojan horse effect. So I think about that a lot when writing about marginalized characters, because it can be so tricky for an adaptation.
I think my writing, what I would call sort of like my core writing training, really came from theater when I was writing in college and in graduate school. My degree is in communication studies, but my focus is performance. And so because it's performance, not necessarily strictly theatrical performance, we were looking at adaptation as a way of understanding the text. And so we would adapt poems and adapt excerpts from novels and essays, academic essays, you know, encyclopedia entries. Like we would adapt a lot of different things and figure out how to make them embodied and visual on the stage and what we could learn about the text by doing so. So I think all of my writing comes from that similar sort of thinking that like something could be very visual. And of course, if you write scripts for theater, everything is visual. You get very few devices in order to paint the set. There's a lot of work that happens off of the script, but you do have to think about what this is going to be visually when actors are performing it. So writing something, thinking about it being performed is probably the top of my mind, and that also comes from poetry. And then the next step is like very much theater, very much like what would it look like to put this up, you know, even in a rudimentary sense where you don't have a full production. What does it look like on stage when there's like limited visual aids and props, or how do people move? What's the blocking like? Like theater very much makes you think about where everyone is in the space and like how they're going to move around each other. So I think it's built into my writing in that way, but it's so easy to draw a line between that and like adaptation for a screen.
Well, and it's interesting with all my novels, like I've always been what I call a cinematic writer, not because I have a cinema background, but because essentially my process is that I play a movie in my head, figure out how to transcribe it on paper so that the exact same movie plays in your head. So I'm thinking about score and color palette and atmosphere. It's just how my brain works. But with First Kill, it's a short story. And so from go, I knew I wanted it to be a television series. A short story, in a way, lends itself perfectly to a pilot adaptation or to an episode 1 adaptation. Because if you think about what short stories often do, is they end on an ellipses, not a period. They kind of introduce you to a world, a character, a dynamic, and then like you want more of it. It's a little capsule. So I was asked by a friend if I would write a vampire short story, and I basically took that as a challenge of like, okay, so I want to write the version of Buffy that I never got to see, which is like, I wanted it to be extremely gay. I was like, because I grew up always wanting to play the main characters, and the main characters were always dudes. Like I would watch Supernatural and I'd want to be Dean Winchester, and I'd watch Buffy and I would want to be Spike. I would always want to be these people, but I never felt like I saw myself in those people, so I just changed my definition of self so that I could pretend to be these people and play dress up. And so with First Kill, it's a story, it's like a love story between like a teenage girl vampire and a teenage girl monster hunter. And I just was like, this is just the version that I wish I had when I was a teenager. So I definitely went into that with a huge amount of intention of like writing a short story that would translate as seamlessly as possible to the first episode.
I love all these answers. And now I have a question that I feel like maybe I shouldn't ask, but I really want to ask it because I'm really curious. I know we're talking about film, but why do you all think that so often the books are better than the films? Aren't you all curious about that? I'm curious.
Should I start?
Well, this is going to sound like a really vapid answer, but I swear it will make it, like, they're longer in most ways, meaning that they're deeper. They have so many more levels. Like when we're talking about, Tracy, when you're talking about keeping things in mind with the visual, there's a different way that you translate information. A script is a living document that's going to be interpreted by like dozens of people with all of their own impressions and images and ideas, whereas in a novel, like, we are the gods of that world. And if we write, anything we write is the expansion of that world, and anything we don't write isn't there. So I just think there's like a codification that happens when you're in complete control of the description, the identity of the character, the introspection, and the interior monologue of everything. Like, it's really impossible to translate that level of depth with, you have to supplement it or supplant it with something else.
No, I completely agree, and I think it's also two different mediums. So I think a book can provide interiority of the character a lot more. You can wax on about various like different theses about life, and you could do that in a movie, but it'd be boring. On the other hand, the movie can capture the setting in a really unique way, or like in Love Boat Taipei, there's a lot of dance, so that kinetic energy is going to be on the screen in a way that you can't put in a book. And I will say, like, I do agree that most books are better than the movie versions, but I thought Hunger Games 2, the movie was able to capture things in the story that we couldn't hear from the first person point of view of the narrator in just the book version.
I 100% agree that I really don't often think that the book is better than the adaptation.
Ooh, why?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not gonna like name names, just cause like we're colleagues, but there are times where just like I've come out of a theater like, oh my God, so much better than the book. Like, and we'll talk.
I'm so curious. I do have a movie in mind.
Yeah, and that's fine. But again, like different mediums, and I also just think too that like I just grew up more on TV and film than I did literature as well. And but yeah, I mean, the other really like crucial thing to this process is that when you're the author, like you really get to like build that world. But you have, in TV film, you have producers, you have co-writers, you have showrunners, and you have actors who sometimes have a say in what goes on there. And so all the brilliant things that you're able to put onto the page in a book that your editor won't necessarily like check you on, or your publisher, no one else will, like they'll respect your vision. When there is, I mean, film and TV, this is an industry with like on the low end, tens of millions of dollars like put into something. They do not care how precious you are about like your vision for something necessarily, unless you have become like that big name in that field. So a lot of these things do get diluted from the book into the adaptation because they saw what movie A did that was really successful, and they're like, well, what can we do to like imitate that? And it's like, well, you should have gotten the rights to that book. You missed out on it, bro. Like, it's done. And then they try to like clone it, and then that original property starts to fail. So I do think that, yeah, it's just too many cooks in the kitchen for film TV.
I feel like I actually don't compare books to films, like that idea of like which was better. I feel like I've sort of let go of that at some point in the process because I'm just like, they're just two different things. Like, you know, I'm like, yeah. But what I do, like, you're right, that's a slightly, mildly mature view. Good job, Tracy. But what I do is to go around and see things and be like, yeah, that should have been a TV show. Or like, yes. Ooh, that should have been a movie, or like this could have been a mini series, or this, like, so now I think like we have sort of like a Horn of Plenty type way of looking at media. Because I think when I was younger, it was just like movies was really how I saw books being adapted. I don't think I really thought about TV shows as much. And I don't know if that was just the landscape was different. We didn't have streamers. Like, I don't know. But so now I feel like I can be that picky person who's like, that should have been a TV show, and this would have been so much better. Like, I do feel like that's where I see the medium being compelling, and that's where I see story changes so differently than, as opposed to text to media. I see it between medium and being like, oh, wow, we could have had more moment. This moment could have been longer, or we didn't need all this for these characters, or like, this is a lost opportunity. Like, I just see those things, and I don't know, does anybody else have that thought of just like, okay, ooh, the format?
I do that I do that, but also it changed the way I write. Like recently, like, because I think I used to write more like Victoria, where it was like, see it as a film, and it's like, no, now I see it, like, I like to plot like it's 5 episodes of a TV series, and it's like, this is the end of episode 1, 2, like, and it's changed the way, like, especially with the streaming and like the shorter seasons, and there's just so much brilliance in the way it's done. And I'm like, this has changed the way I plot, and I will do that sometimes with TV.
Well, do you remember, like, so this isn't as common, but like, there was a time when every TV show was like 22 to 24 episodes, right? And so.
And an hour long.
And an hour long, like so much, and you knew that somewhere in the middle, things were just gonna drag. You're like, okay, I don't have to watch this one, because this is just some like fan service, or it's super fluffy, or whatever.
Supernatural season 6 to 15, yes.
So like, even that has changed, right?
I think one of the reasons why, you always hear a book is better than the film or the TV show or whatever, is because there's so much left up to your imagination in the book that you can picture yourself. Whereas, like, if you're watching it on the screen, you feel like that is the one version of a character that that gets stuck in your head when you think about them. So that's kind of where the power of fandom comes in. I think for a lot of things as well.
Yeah, I would say I do love books, obviously, but I think there's a certain magic in movies where everybody who worked on the movie brought something to it, and you see it kind of go together. I think it's one of those issues where, yeah, we've all seen movies where it was too many cooks in the kitchen. There were a lot of different opinions happening. A lot of stuff probably should have been filtered out by just one person, because sometimes it's true that having that one opinion can really help a story be cohesive and mean something in the end. But there's also a certain magic when a lot of people have a similar vision for a movie, and I think that's something that's been beautiful. I'm sure we all have similar experiences where watching people approach your book and kind of bring their own imaginations to it is really fascinating, and when it works really well, it's flattering, and it makes you go, oh, I wish I'd done that with the book. Like, that's amazing that you brought that to it.
Okay, so, all right, I have like answers. Okay, so I know a lot of people, like, I know when I first sold my book, I didn't know anything about the film process, and I think a lot of readers don't know anything about the film process, and I would imagine, have all of you guys gotten questions from readers about film? So I'd love to know, like, what you all think some common misconceptions are about authors and film, and what the truth is. So, like, for example, I used to get I still get a lot of emails, even though like I have all my film rights now, but people asking me if I would cast them in the film, and they're very sweet and very heartfelt, and I'm like, that's not anything that I would ever have control over, and I don't think most authors do.
I think here's what I like to say. I am a popcorn optimist. This means until I can sit down with a bucket of popcorn and watch, whether it's the TV or the film adaptation of one of my things, it hasn't happened. And like, this is because there are so many doors. The same way there are so many doors to get a book to shelves, there are so many steps in the process to get a TV or a film thing made, and like everything has to go right along the way. And I've had things die at every single stage, right? And so now I'm a popcorn optimist to the point where like I was on set and I was like, this show's not gonna happen. And I was like in post and I was like, this show's not gonna happen. And I was like meeting people and I was like, this show's not gonna happen. Finally, like last week I saw the trailer and I was like, all right, maybe it's gonna happen. Like maybe it's gonna happen. So like I do tend to like always just remind people that like, you know, the option is the first step. And then there's like 7 steps you need. You need like your showrunner, your director, your producers, your writers, your cast, and they can come in many different arrangements. Sometimes an actor is one of the first pieces on, and sometimes they're the last piece on. But it's like, I'm always really nervous about getting my readers' hopes up, because like I want things to happen as badly as you do. But I also am just like so scarred and jaded and like haggard crone at this point that I'm like, it'll never happen. And they're like, it's on TV. And I'm like, it'll never happen. Like,
okay. Can I share a quick horror story about an adaptation? Not mine. Where I don't even know the name of the book. But a few years ago, I believe James Franco was involved. I think they filmed the entire movie, and then they realized that they had never acquired the rights from the author. And then, so as VE's like, yeah, the first step's the option. That is the first step if you're going to adapt something. And then I think the author obviously understood that they were like in a position of power where it's like, yeah, if you pay me X amount of money, you can like have it. Because they, again, tens of millions of dollars on the low end for an adaptation. So they filmed this whole thing and they didn't pay the author. So a whole thing that's filmed, no one will ever see it.
This crushes
Yeah.
Wow.
So you could have all these
you can
things
have everything.
and still nothing
Be a
can come from
popcorn
it.
optimist,
Yes.
you all. Be a popcorn optimist.
Okay, before we answer more questions, does anyone want to explain what it means to option something? Because I think maybe a lot of people don't know what that actually means.
That's basically where like a production company or someone will come up to you and say, we would like to kind of rent the rights to your book for say 2 years or something, and they will try and get it made in that time, or take it down the next 7 steps and things. But if they don't in that time, then you kind of get the rights back and another company could option them after that.
Well said.
Thank you. Any other misconceptions?
I think, for me, I knew theoretically that it takes 300 people to make a movie, but to actually feel it from going like one person, I've been to Taiwan 5 times now, and one was like on the Love Boat trip. One trip was to do research for book 1 and the other to do book 2 research, and all those times I was on my own, like hitting this place, and then to film, like it's only you and 150 people, and you really feel that community. It's a wonderful thing, and I think readers often will still see the author as like the person that's like there, and if things don't line up exactly like the book laid it out, then I think the author, from what I hear, will hear from the readers, but it's, because you have 150 people involved, it's not usually in the author's control.
One misconception that I think I hear a lot, and I feel like I want to speak very carefully about this, is that if there are any departures in any way, in any form from the book, then the adaptation has failed. And like, I feel like that's not, I get that energy, and I even understand that instinct of being really protective of the thing that you fell in love with first. But as someone who was trained to create adaptations, like that really was my writing training of just being like, how can we bring out the spirit of this original text in a new form and have that new form be a separate piece of art and like talk about that separate piece of art as its own valuable entity. It doesn't bother me when things change, and this is not me speaking about Legendborn, but just like in general, I'm like, okay, that's an interesting choice, I wonder why. So my instinct is to say like, why did they make that choice? What did that gain them in this medium? Did they collapse 2 characters? Like, there's been talk at some point about like the cast of characters, not the cast of actors, the cast of characters in my book. And I've been in a position to, as I'm having these conversations, think about like the value of each individual and what they bring to each scene. And I'm like, yeah, minor characters show up once, can they be combined? That's something that I should maybe do an internal temperature check on for me, of just like, that might happen, because I know it happens, it's a thing. So I think wanting my readers to feel like I'm committed to the spirit of the book, but recognizing that like, it is a different object. I don't know if anybody else can like weigh in on that.
And I agree with this completely, and it kind of gets back to what you were saying before of like almost not wanting to engage in the idea of like the book was better, because to me, my big thing that I'm nervous about and very cognizant of is people coming up and saying like, or hearing, oh, they ruined the book. The X ruined the book. The movie ruined the book. The TV ruined the book. I think about this with everything that I'm a big fan of, right? Hearing that, and it's like, they didn't erase the book. Like, the book doesn't cease to exist because an adaptation gets made of the book. The book is its art form, and the visual medium is its art form, and they have to exist separately. One, because we're not in complete control of both, but also because they're completely different media. And so I always challenge readers and viewers whenever they say like, oh, they ruined that book. And I'm like, last time I checked, they didn't like take that book outside and burn it. Like, the book is still, the book wasn't, it's not a palimpsest. It wasn't replaced by the newest version of itself. So to remember that like, things get to have space for multiple incarnations.
And I think what Tracy, to your point too about kind of like studying like why was a decision made, I think that's the fun of it as well. Like for the adaptations that I've been working on of my stuff, like we definitely have done the thing where, like in my first book, the main character has maybe like 6 friends. It's like, we did not need all those friends, you know? And it's like, okay, like we had like the second tier friends and the third tier friends. It's like, buy third tier friends. Like there was nothing that like they were doing and what they represented that couldn't be achieved by like just giving those elements to like another character, you know? And those are creative decisions that I think are really important to make sure that your adaptations don't feel bloated and you can focus on the actual like integrity of the story that you tried to tell and the spirit, because things will change. And I embrace the change. Like there have been already changes for They Both Die at the end that like I'm so excited by, and I'm like I actually don't even think, I think people are going to look at it like, oh, that was so cool, like why didn't the book do that? And for me personally, and this is totally a personal Adam Silvera thing, any adaptation I work on for my stuff, I want it to be better than the book. Like I want to have done something with my new collective years of like creative wisdom that I could not have achieved back then when I like wrote the book, that I can now do with like my newfound knowledge in an adaptation. Like that's like, I'm a very competitive person also, so like I'm competing against myself, but yeah.
Totally agree.
This is a really funny note on that. It just made me think about it, but like, did anyone, I'm sure several people in this room actually, were you obsessed with the original cartoon Beauty and the Beast, and then you saw the Beauty and the Beast adaptation? I don't know what the deal is, but when he transformed, it needed to be like specifically echoes to the original cartoon for me. And it was just like really interesting. I remember thinking, is anyone else in this theater just like super waiting for the transformation sequence and like needing it to be a certain way? And then when they focused on his foot, do you remember this moment? I was like, yes. Like his bare foot, it went from claw foot to real foot, and I was like, I am fulfilled. And I don't know why.
No, this is super specific,
but it's such a specific thing, and I feel like I want to bring that up because I'm like, whatever your barefoot to clawfoot moment is for Legendborn, I will do my best. But recognize that like that's you, and like we're all doing our best to pull out the things that feel like gems. You're still laughing at me, but you know the moment, right?
I grew up like that was the first love of my life. That was the first love of my life. Like I grew up on Beauty and the Beast, but yes, but I did not zero in on it. And like I was not sitting in a theater. Like I was just enjoying Emma Watson and music and auto-tune and all that, and like it was just.
He floats up. Like I just needed. Yeah. Anyway.
But that becomes like, to your point, like, and knowing that things have to change.
Yeah.
Because like the thing you try to preserve is the heart. You try to preserve the character. You try to preserve the heart. Often the plot. Structural pieces are things that need to be moved around. And so like one of the first conversations I have on any project that I'm adapting is like looking at my book and saying, what are the visual tentpole moments? Obviously the foot was that moment for you, but like what was the visual tentpole moments that need to be preserved and woven into the structure? Because without these moments, without these, whether they're character moments or plot moments, we'll feel like we have lost something instead of just changed and broadened.
Yeah, no, I think I do have a running list of that for Legendborn because of that, right? Of just being like, this is a core element. This is like a dynamic that is so special, and it became something that people internalized. And so like I want to preserve that thing or whatever. But.
And I think voicing that in the early stages for authors can be really critical, because when you're having these like early conversations with producers or a director or writer, whoever the person, the interested party may be, like they will ask you like, oh, so like what's really important to you? Like for me, for They Both Die at the end, it's like, this is about queer Latinos, and they are not going to become white or straight in this adaptation. And that almost happened, you know, and like at a different stage for this project, and that was like voice, and it still almost like wasn't respected, and I think just like getting that stuff out there is really critical to like understanding like if you are working with like the right people who want to adapt the story in the spirit of which that novel represents, or if they just see that it's a bestseller. It's flashy, everyone's talking about it, so let's just like grab the rights and then, you know, do something kind of like sloppy with it.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same for finding an agent, finding an editor, finding critique partners. You want people whose creative vision you resonate with, ideally if you have that option. And sometimes it's hard to tease that out because, you know, I think people are very good at reflecting back to you what you have written, but it's like, what are their favorite books? What are their favorite movies? What do they envision for these most critical scenes that you're excited about, and character especially? I think with representation in particular, I know there were 25 years between Crazy Rich Asians and Joy Luck Club, and even just a few years ago, there were contracts in Hollywood that said that the studio or the production company had the right to change the Asian American main character to a Caucasian character for representation. And so being able to kind of suss that out, you're relying on your reps to help you figure that out is all really important.
Yeah, I will say that I've had a kind of interesting experience with this where the director of my movie co-wrote the script and made it her own self-insert romance. My story is a YA romance with a white main character, and I got to watch the director come in. She is Asian Canadian, and she made her main character Asian Canadian. She asked me over Zoom if that was okay, and I was like, of course it's okay. I'm not gonna stop you. I wanna see you make this story yours too. There's nothing more, honestly, it's such an honor to watch. But it is one of those situations where watching a director or somebody else take your book and try to maintain the heart of it is really fascinating. It's really fun to watch, especially when you have a director who comes in and kind of makes it her own, to watch the parts that really resonated for her and to be able to say, oh, that was the most important part for me too. I think there's something so refreshing and so humbling about working with other creators who are able to see where your clawfoot moments are.
I think a lot of it as well is about trust, and we don't every author has a very different experience with their adaptations, but you don't necessarily get a lot of control sometimes over things. When people are messaging you, hey, can I be in the film? And you're like, I have nothing to do with casting, like you said. It's those early stages, kind of realizing if you connect with someone and that you're all on the same page and that you can collaborate and that you can trust them with the vision of and the heart of this thing that you've created in the first place, that's really important as well.
Okay, before I ask my next question, does anyone know what time it is? I don't have a watch.
1:40.
1:40? Okay, how late is this supposed to go?
5 minutes? Is that what? Okay, thank you.
All right, so I have time for another question. All right, because I would love to know, all right, some of you already have things completely filmed, others don't. So what excites you the most? What is the thing that you would want to see the most in a film, or what has, if you can say, what has been the most exciting thing to see? So what excites you? Does that make sense? Okay, I'm trying to reach everyone where they're at.
So for me on the kissing booth, the first thing that I saw, because I went to set for a week for the first one, the first thing that I saw when I walked on was Elle and Lee, the main characters, just goofing around. But I was like, I'm pretty sure this wasn't in the script. And it turned out it was just Joey King and Joel Courtney kind of joking around with each other. And I was like, this is perfect. And that was just so exciting for me to see, they were the characters come to life. And when I first met Jacob Elordi, who plays Noah, the brooding bad boy character, I was like, this man is a teddy bear. I trust you guys, but what? And then there was a scene where he did Noah's trademark smirk, because this was 2011 Wattpad book, that it was a trademark smirk, and he just transformed in front of my eyes. And I was with my dad on set, and I just punched him in the arm. I was like, oh my god, that's Noah. He's come to life. What is this? And those moments, just seeing them come to life before your eyes we these characters are they've been so personal to you all that time, that's one of the most exciting things for me.
Yeah, I was on set and we were on location in one of the family's houses, and it was not only, obviously was it this amazing house, this insane house, but every room of course had been decorated as if this family actually lived in this house. And I could walk into the office and the dad vampire who's a district attorney, he has poster, he has business journal covers on the wall with him on them, and everything down to the littlest detail in the bedroom. It was like getting to open the doors into my own head and then walk in and walk around in it. And I was and then to meet the cast, and it's the one thing, we can talk a lot about the ways in which books we have more control, but there was something about having something that was just one line, that's just a thinness that comes across for an actor, and then you put it in the actor's hands, and suddenly they breathe three-dimensional life into something that you only just imagine. So I think just getting to see that kind of expansion where it becomes more than the sum of its parts because of the human component, insane.
though. So when I spoke with producers, they asked me, what is that one thing that you really are excited about? And I said, this book has a cast of over 30 different Asian and Asian American characters. And when you have a group like that, it's a school story. So it's an Asian American girl from Ohio, goes to Taiwan for the summer, hangs out with a bunch of Asian American teens, like basically go crazy, have a blast. And I love that diversity among the students. And in some ways, because there's so many of them, their Asianness is erased, and it's no longer like the main defining thing about them, and so they can just be dancers or computer scientists or shy or fun or outgoing, and whatever's their personality. At the same time, what is uniquely Asian American about them also comes out when you have that group. And so I think just having that opportunity to show that on the screen as well, like this diversity in the community, and have that reflected both in front of the screen, in front of the camera, as well as behind the camera, has been really incredible.
Mine, okay, so for They Both Die at the End, I'm co-creating the show, and with Chris Van Dusen, who did Bridgerton, and obviously he has had a successful adaptation there, and I don't know, I've wanted to break into TV for many years, and I mean, I was writing scripts when I was a teenager as well. At the same time, I was like writing like fan fiction and stuff like that. And I think for me, I'm just really excited to like see like the opening credits and see like created by Adam Silvera and Chris Van Dusen. Like I think that's gonna be like a really chilling moment for me. Like there's so many other things I'm excited about. I'm excited about like the wardrobe and specific scenes and moments, but I think like just knowing that what the journey has been for this adaptation, and where it almost got ruined with its like previous team, and and to have the chance to like protect it and usher it into the world, I think it's gonna be like a huge moment of like pride.
This is my theater self coming out again, I'm sure, but just when the moment comes that we are able to really dig into not just production design, but movement design, because the type of magic that is in the Legendborn world is very much about like pulling ambient elements from the air, an element, and then having it solidify, and it goes through phases of matter change. So it goes from invisible to smoke-like to flame-like to solid, to liquid to solid. And having that be defined by the actor's movement, I think would be just like, that would be the moment for me. Just like, this is how, because all of that's a visual language, right? So whatever we decide is how it's going to be and how it's going to grow for the rest of the series. So I think having that conversation, seeing what can be done, like choreography-wise, figuring all that out is going to feel very special to me.
Yeah, I would say meeting the actors who were going to play my leads was probably the biggest moment on set. Robbie Amell in The Duff was a transformational experience for me as a teenager. So having him cast in the book was a 1-2 punch of, first off, oh my God, I have to meet this man. I'm going to have to look him in the eyes and be like, thank you for playing this part. But it was also, this guy is perfect for the role. And then Andrea was cast, and I was like, okay, full picture here. They get my characters because the people that they've cast really work for it. So meeting them in person and being able to say, like, yes, this is exactly the dynamic that I wanted. This is exactly the dynamic that I wrote. And then I ended up sobbing my eyes out when I saw one piece of set design, which is that the main character's aunt is an artist. I had not written this into the book, but the director really wanted this. They painted her mailbox. I can't tell you why it made me cry my eyes out, but it was a little moment on set where I didn't anticipate it, and it was, it was confirmation that these people got what I was going for. They got the vibe of the book. They got what mattered about the book. They got what mattered about a minor character. So that moment was unexpected and really lovely about going on set.
Stephanie, do you have a quick answer?
Ooh, I think, honestly, I feel like I've seen everything. I'm so visual, like I write from above and see it, but one thing I would love is, because I love music and I listen to a lot of film scores, like Hans Zimmer is like,
yes.
I would love to hear the score for Carabao. Like that would be, I feel like my dreams would come true if there was music that like added the emotion to all these scenes. So that would be, I feel like I'd probably just sob. So that would be what I would love the most. So, you all were awesome. This was so much fun. Thank you all for being so amazing. Thank you all for being here. I hope everyone has a fabulous time, and I hope you all buy everybody's books and see their movies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's cold in here.
You guys were fabulous.
Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello. If you are going to be coming to the 2 p.m. keynote, we do need everyone to leave the building as we have to check. Thank you so much.
Hi. I think mine works. Does yours? No? Not yet. Is there a person?
Hello? That one works. Hi, guys. Yeah, hey. Welcome. So, I'm Tahira Mafi. I'm the author of the Shatter Me series and a bunch of other books and the recent This Woven Kingdom and that whole thing. This is the amazing Anna Todd. Do you want to?
Hi, I am Anna Todd, the author of the After series, newly coming out Tuesday, Eek, really sweet graphic novel, volume 1 of the After series, and a couple other books.
So, we are here today to talk about, like, you know, all of it. Writing, how we came to writing, life, balance, whether or not that even really exists. I think we should just dive right in. I think I have had this question for you for a while, and I feel really lucky to be able to ask you this question in person, which is, how did you come to writing? Because you have such an amazing story of how your books came to life and how you connected with your community and your fan base, and I would love to hear you talk a little bit about that, your genesis story.
Thank you, first of all. So my story is pretty unconventional. I have been a reader my whole life, extremely avid reader. I got to a point one day where I sort of felt like I had read everything, which obviously isn't true, but I felt like I had read everything and there was just kind of something missing almost. Like I was like, I want this specific book, but it doesn't exist. So I kept reading, and then I was reading a lot of fan fiction on Instagram, of all places, and one of the stories that I was following was like, I'm gonna start putting my chapters on Wattpad, and I was like, I can't do another app, like I just can't, which luckily I did, but I was like, I really don't want to, I don't even know what this is, like reading on my phone, like that doesn't even make sense.
And what year was this?
This was like 2013. Late 2012, early 13. So then I made a Wattpad account to follow this one story I was reading, and I just went to like the homepage of Wattpad, and I was like, there's hundreds of thousands of stories, and they're written by people who are just writing for the love of writing, which is, to me, is my favorite part of Wattpad. It's like the most special, like, organic, like no one that I knew, especially at the time, like none of us had been published. There was no published Wattpad books, there was no Wattpad studios, there was no films or any of this stuff happening. So I was like, well, I found my people. So then I read silently. I didn't even think about, like, there was no part of my brain that was like, you should write. No way. I come from a very kind of limited background. I have no formal training. If you read my Wattpad books, you can tell. No training whatsoever. I didn't go to school to study writing, so in my head, as a reader, I'm like, you have to be this, this, and this, and this to write, which now I know you just have to write to write. But at the time, it wasn't even something that I dreamed of. So I read and read, and then I wish I had an amazing story for my first chapter, but it was the Sunday. I had my son and my husband was in the Army at the time, and my son was like crawling on the floor, and I was like, you know, I'm just gonna like write a chapter. And I had this random idea that came from fan fiction, and I just wrote a chapter, and I'm like, oh, no one's gonna know. Like, who cares? No one's gonna know. I'm not gonna tell anyone in my family, none of my friends, like literally no one's gonna know. And then the next day, I wrote another one, and then another one, and I kept doing that, and here I am, basically.
I mean, that's incredible. It's such an incredible story. And I think the reason why it resonates so deeply with me is that even despite the fact that we have pretty different coming to publishing stories, there's a lot of what you went through that I relate to, which is that I also have never had any formal training as a writer. I never studied creative writing. I've never taken a creative writing course of any kind. And I never thought of myself as a writer. Like, most of the authors that I know grew up dreaming of being writers, and I love that. I think I envy that a little bit. I'm like, but I never thought that I had permission to be a writer. I didn't grow up with the privilege of believing I could be a writer. I was raised by, immigrant parents who taught me to go to school and get a good job, and everything was about survival, and survival meant get a job that will pay, and like a real job. I could become a lawyer, an engineer, a PhD was acceptable, I suppose, and that was the route that I chose. I was like, okay, I guess I'll just go to school for the rest of my life, and that was I've always loved books. I've always been a reader, and so I was gonna get my PhD in Comp Lit, comparative literature, and I knew I wanted to spend my life with books, but it never once occurred to me that I could be a writer or that I should be a writer. So I never thought of myself that way. And it wasn't until it was I had just graduated from college. I worked all through college, and the position I had, my job at my alma mater, they offered me that position full time upon graduation. And I thought, okay, this will be the time, I'll save some money, I'll work, I'll apply to grad schools and regroup. And I was a little burnt out because I'd been taking 6 classes my last semester, and our school was interesting. We also had to do a thesis, and it was just a lot. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna slow down. And what actually happened was that I missed my books. I meant to take a break, and then suddenly I was bored. I was working full time, but I missed stories, I missed reading, and so I went to the bookstore. And this was when YA, young adult, was having its resurgence, and Twilight was happening, and Mortal Instruments were happening, and all these books that we didn't have YA when I was growing up. That wasn't a category. And I'd realized that in the pursuit of higher education, despite having spent my whole life surrounded by books, I'd realized that I'd forgotten what it was like to read for the sake of reading, to read to just lose yourself in a story. And I knew then that what I wanted to do was to be a part of the world that was responsible for getting young people interested in fiction, because that would make you a lifelong reader. So I understand that feeling of not wanting to tell people even what you were doing, because when I started writing, when I made that decision, I was still working full time. I never quit my job, not until 6 months before my book came out. And because I thought it was fake. I thought they were gonna take it away from me at any point. Yeah. And I didn't tell my boss. I was working, I had deadlines, my book was actively about to come out, and I was still working full time and not sleeping, and I was pretty sure my boss was gonna fire me. She actually told me later that she was probably gonna fire me because but I didn't tell anybody. I was terrified. I did eventually tell my family, when it got closer to becoming real, but when I was first drafting, writing, it was this precious private thing. But how was that for you? Because when you wrote those chapters, you were engaging with people right away, right?
Yeah, so it happened pretty quickly. Whenever people are like, what's the secret to Wattpad? There is no secret, honestly. It's hit or miss. You can be an incredible writer, and for some reason, there's just no eyeballs come to your story. There's no tricking the algorithm. I wish there was. I wish I could tell you there was. But I had a double life, basically. I was still taking job interviews and trying to get a government job because that's what you're supposed to do, and I have a special needs son, so I was I really need to get an adult job. And I used to always say, I wish I could just be paid to read. That's the only thing in the world I like. It's the only hobby I've ever really had, the only thing that's ever even kept my brain on one path. But I would literally spend all day, when my husband was at work, I would spend all day writing, and then I would be talking to, honestly, thousands of readers. Within 3 months, the first after book had 1 million reads. So it was really, really fast. The first couple days, I was refreshing. I was oh, there's 3 people, and then I would do it again, and there was 4, and I was like, oh, that's me, refreshing my own story. And then like the first couple comments would come in, and I was like, wow, these are actual people. And then eventually it got like more and more and more, but I just was so terrified of telling anyone because it felt so silly, and it felt like I didn't have the audacity to think that I could be creating something that people would actually like or read or be obsessed with. And then even when I had literally millions of reads, I still didn't tell anyone. And then eventually it got to the point where my family was like, you have a phone addiction. And I was like, well, yes, but I'm actually writing on my phone. And I told people slowly, and when I told the first person, I thought it was going to be this humiliating thing, especially with fan fiction. There's so much judgment and so many opinions about fan fiction, which clearly it's working out well, so here we are. Right. But I was embarrassed. I was like, why am I, why is this group of people such a muse for me? I don't know. Why do I think that I can keep writing this story? So when I told the first person, I had spent so much time. If you're a reader of mine, I have a lot of anxiety, and I live in my head for 90% of my life. And so I built this whole thing in my head where it was going to be this big deal, and every single person was going to be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Every single person I told was like, wow, that's great. That makes sense. I'm like, okay, but where's the rest that I've been building up for months to tell? But every person, pretty much, except for like my grandpa, was like, don't get too excited. Like, writers don't make any money. And I was like, well, I don't make any money now, so I don't care about the money. But it was the buildup of telling people. But for a while, I was literally living a double life. And I remember going to a concert and a girl being like, are you Anna Todd? And I was like, oh no. I'm like, my life is like blown. And at first I never talked about having a child. I was published for 4 or 5 years before I even told my audience about my son, because I just felt like my life was a double life. And it was pretty hard, to be honest, to have that double life.
When did it begin to change for you? Like, when did you really begin to feel like and own that you were an author? Like, when did that really click for you?
Some days it still hasn't clicked. Some days I'm like, oh yeah, this is my thing. I think when I went to Europe for the first time for a tour, I think was the time that I was like, oh, there are people here in a bookstore, and some of them had been waiting from like midnight, and I was just like, what are they all waiting for? Like, I don't understand. But I still have days where I'm like, who let me do this? And why do they keep letting me do it? Yeah. So I still have the kind of war within my head, but most days, I think it started when I started touring, because for me, being on Wattpad is such a different experience because you're talking to your audience every day, all day. And there was a time when I used to be able to reply to every single comment and answer every single DM, and that was so important for me. So when I started editing with a publisher, which my editor was great, but it just felt like it wasn't the same as this like raw, like unedited version. And for some reason, working with an editor was more stressful and more pressure than unedited thousands of people reading my stuff, because it felt like my people. Right. So when I started being able to see them in person, I was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. It was kind of my first time that I was like, this is why I love books so much. This is why I felt that when I wrote that first chapter, I will never forget the way it felt. It just literally felt like, this is what I'm supposed to do. Even if it didn't turn into this and I wasn't speaking on stages and traveling, it just felt right.
That's so interesting, because my experience writing those books in secret, I also wrote in secret, I did it all in isolation. And I'm like, oh man, it would have been so nice to have like people like cheering you on, you know? I hope it was positive. I hope it was mostly positive.
Yeah, it really, Wattpad is like, it's like a magical, at least I haven't posted on there in a while because contracts and all of that stuff, but it really, I mean, sometimes of course nothing is ever perfect, but overwhelmingly it was positive. Even if it was negative, it was like emotionally negative. So how was it when you first like kind of interacted with your readers, if you wrote it all in isolation?
weird. I mean, I think I didn't get there for a while because, I mean, so I just, as I said, like I just decided to start writing, like no formal training. I knew nothing about the industry. I learned everything about publishing from the internet. I did like so much research. I spent my lunch breaks at work like going to the bookstore, and I would study the spines of books to learn about imprints and publishers, and I would read the acknowledgments and dedications of books to learn about agents and editors. And you know, like that was, I didn't tell anybody, and I would just like do all this, you know, secret work. So I started writing, and I was very bad at it. Like, I mean, bad. It was like, the first book I ever wrote was about a girl with magical eyelashes. I mean, it was like really like, I was like, I'm gonna write like a superpower that no one's ever heard of. It didn't work out. So, you know, like I taught myself how to write by writing and by reading. And I wrote, I think 6 manuscripts before I wrote the book that got me an agent. And so every single one of those books, well, no, actually I think it was like my third or fourth book that got me an agent, but then that didn't work out and I had to part ways with her and then start over again. And so then, but it was a lot of rejection, like hundreds and hundreds of rejections, and me just like working my day job and like secretly not telling anybody because I was embarrassed. I thought that if anybody knew that I was like, I wanted to be a writer, that they would laugh at me. And I didn't want anyone to kill my dream. So it was a while before, you know, well, it wasn't actually, I wrote like a maniac. I wrote like 6 books in a year and a half. Like that was I would query it, it would get thoroughly rejected, and I would just throw it out and be like, okay, I'll try again. Like just making pizzas and throwing them out. And I was learning on the job. Like the first book taught me that I could write a book. The second book taught me how to add a plot. The third book taught me how to like pace it properly. You know, like in each one. And then when I wrote Shatter Me, which was my debut novel, if you've read it, you know that it's like not written in a conventional way. It has a lot of like, the writing is really chaotic and meant to reflect the extremely chaotic mental state of its main character. And the manuscript that I'd written before Shatter Me was the book that I think really taught me how to take everything that I had learned and write like a regular book. And then with Shatter Me, I broke all those rules and I decided to write something that just felt like interesting to me as a writer, but again, all in isolation. And I think I wasn't good at coming out of that shell. I spent the day that my book came out, which I think, again, if you're a writer who's dreamt your whole life of being a writer, a published author, you get so excited about these things. But I, like you, I was like in my head about it, and I felt weirdly embarrassed. Even then, I felt sort of embarrassed, and I shouldn't have. I don't know why. You know, I should probably spend some time analyzing that. But I spent my launch day like hiding under my desk. I didn't go to the bookstore. I didn't go see my book in stores. I think I was like terrified. I'm still too afraid to like walk into a bookstore and be like, could I sign your copies of I wrote that book? Like I have no confidence. So, I don't know, I guess I'm kind of finally there.
Yeah, I still kind of do the same with bookstores. Like, sometimes I get the confidence and I'm like, yeah, and then either the book's not there, or like someone else's book is over my book, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then once someone literally was like, I can't let you sign them. Right. And I was like, but my picture's on it, that's me. And they were like, I can't, I'll get in trouble. And I'm like, what? Yeah. So it's sometimes I'm just like, why do I keep doing that? But in the beginning, when the book came out, I did not go to the bookstore that day. I was excited, but I also had this, once I started meeting writers, it brought on a whole other wave of just mental, great things came out of it, but also like, I started being like, oh, I haven't earned my spot here. Because I met people who are incredible writers, way better writers than I would ever even dream of being. And then they would tell me their story about querying for, a decade. And at the time, I was like, I don't even know what querying is. And I didn't want to say that. And then I would say things like, I remember telling this story about going to New York with Wattpad. We went to New York, we met with a series of editors, and they were, pitching why they should publish me. And I remember sitting at a table with a group of authors and telling the story, and one by one I saw their faces and I thought everybody got to do that because I just idolized and had this whole kind of fictional world of what being an author was like. And I didn't know the struggle of it because I was a reader. I didn't know how hard it was and how much rejection that you deal with. I mean, I've dealt with all kinds of internet harassment for sure, but professionally, I didn't really have that. I had editors telling me like, oh, this is why we want, even though, you know, half of them probably barely read the book, but I thought that was every author's experience. And I remember walking through the hallways of all these big publishing houses and being like, wow. But then when I started meeting writers who had been literally like blood, sweat, and tears for their novels, I was like, oh, I literally just picked up like a broken computer and a cell phone and wrote a book. So then it went through another layer of imposter syndrome of like, wow, I just got really lucky. And then the longer the books were out and the more readers I met, and not just from Wattpad, but just in having authors that I admire read my stuff and writing short stories and them doing well. And that was the stuff that I was like, okay, because sometimes, you know, there's this saying that's like, it's good and it doesn't sell, or it sells and it's not good. And I'm like, I think I'm both.
No, I think honestly, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I get like how you got there emotionally, but like you wrote something that resonated with millions of people. Like that's not luck, you know, that's like something that was an emotional chord that you struck with like an entire community of people who from the first were cheering you on and cheering for you to keep going. Like, I mean, that can't be, you can't undermine that. Like that, the proof is right there, right? So, but I understand, I can totally imagine. I actually, like, I was really looking forward to this conversation because I feel like I so seldom am able to have conversations like this, because many of the authors who I love and admire and whose stories I love and admire are so focused. Like they knew they always wanted to be writers, like they have this like very clear picture of how they got there, and they're so easily able to celebrate their successes. Whereas I still struggle, and I don't know why. I also have this like imposter syndrome, this issue with like, I don't know, like not being able to fully accept that like, or to be like proud of myself. Like I feel like I'm always, you know, like, okay, well you could do better. Or like, you know, there are better authors, or like you haven't really accomplished that much, or, you know, which is like, that's, I should unpack that. There's probably something there. But it's refreshing to be able to discuss the very different ways in which we can come to publishing and to storytelling, because I think so often I'm trying to emphasize, especially to young writers and to young readers who are thinking about becoming writers, that there's no one way to do it. There are a million ways to get there, and if you get rejected, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing it. And in fact, I often talk about how there's a lot of rejection, whether it's, you know, the harassment you deal with on the internet, or like bad reviews that you get from people like at every stage of the process. I like to say that despite the fact that the world will always tell you to develop a thick skin, I encourage you to hold on to that thin skin. It's that thin skin that enables you to make connections, make human connections with people, to tap into like a central humanity. So if it hurts when someone's rejected your work, that means you put your heart into it. That means that you were emotional when you wrote it, that it means something to you. And that means you're on the right track. Because if you're writing something that's emotionally resonant, that can connect with a community of people, then you're gonna make it, because that's what we want when we read. So just keep going, you know, keep honing your craft, but don't give up on that essential emotional aspect of your heart. Don't harden yourself to, you know, better weather rejection, because rejection is inevitable. It comes for all of us in all shapes and forms.
Yeah, and no matter what your job is, if you're like, oh, well, I can't put myself out there, be vulnerable when it comes to writing, it's like likely your day job or your school or your family even, you're dealing with stages and different complexities of rejection. It's all the same emotion, whether it's something that is simple as like you're not doing well enough in school or you're not doing well enough at your job. Wouldn't it feel a little bit better to not do as well at your dream and be able to, at least at the end of the day, go to bed? That's what I told myself, like during the process. I was like, I would rather be, you know, going through this inner turmoil and doing something I really love, because the moment I start typing, all of that goes away. And that's how I know. And it's like, you're already, at least for me, I had a very complicated upbringing, and books were my escape. So being able to escape in my own books and offer people from all over the world, all different cultures, all different backgrounds, all genders, all body types, all everyone, the same sense of comfort overrides any kind of imposter syndrome or rejection or harassment or any of these things that come. And there really, like you said, there really is no one way to do it. There are for sure the writers who knew, which again, I wish I could be like, yeah, when I was 7, I knew that. No. When I was 7, I was like, I hope I get a job. Like, I hope I can eat. Like, it was not even part of my plan, but there's also so many, writers especially now with the internet and with just so many more doors are open. And when you think about it, like when I was going through this kind of interviewing with these editors, as a reader, I was like, wait, this one person is responsible to decide what I want to read. And then I started kind of getting like pissed, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word, but kind of getting mad where I was like, wait, this one, and it's like, yeah, I just was like, this one person is deciding who is a good writer and who's not. And I kept hearing things like, oh, you know, we are looking for the next Twilight and we're looking for the next 50 Shades of Grey and we're looking, and it's like, so if my story is not the same as someone else's, it's not good to this one human. And that kind of took away some pressure. And I tell a lot of my readers who have now started writing their own books that there's one person, you know, or 5 sitting in a publishing house deciding what we want to read. And things like Wattpad or online platforms or even showing your friends your story, it's like writing and reading and any kind of art should be a democracy. It should never just be this one person being like, oh, well, this book sold well, so we're going to publish 100 more just like it. So it can be pretty discouraging, but there's always, if the door closes, dig under the door, because there's always a way to make it work.
Wow, I love that. Dig under the door. I was also going to say, I mean, like what you're doing, like serialized fiction is one of the oldest, I mean, it's Dickensian, you know, it's literally like you're just following in the footsteps of the greats. Like it's not new, and it's really cool that it's, like you said, like another opportunity for readers to vote on what they love and what they want to read. I think that's amazing. And actually, I feel like that brings us into like one of the other questions I wanted to ask you, which is, so like we talked about how it wasn't a dream for us when we were kids, not because it wouldn't have been a great dream, but because we didn't think that dream was accessible. But then, you know, you came into it, you owned it, you're an author, it is the dream. Is it still the dream now? And how has writing changed for you all these years later?
So my writing has changed just in, I really do miss the engagement while writing. Like that part I will say, like, as much as I love all the things I'm doing, I really miss just writing whatever I want and then posting it. But my kind of goal has changed after meeting so many of my readers and so many writers. And so I said to my agent a couple years ago, like, I want to have my own publishing house, which again, massive dream, was like, maybe it'll happen in like 10 years.
That's a great idea.
And then now I have my own imprint, which is a start for sure. But basically the goal, I'm going to keep writing because I just internally I have to. Like, I don't think I could ever do anything else. But I started my own imprint, which is Frayed Pages by Wattpad Books, which is kind of a no rules imprint where we're not, we're trying at least to change a tiny little corner of publishing where people feel seen and heard, and no matter what your story is, there's no rules. It doesn't have to be this, it doesn't have to be edited, you don't have to have an agent, you don't have to, you can have 10 published books, but you also can be writing your first book. You can be 17 or 70, you can have, it's literally like no rules. So my goal after my experience in publishing, but also traveling the world and seeing what all of my other publishers around the world were doing. And I felt like that was kind of missing in the US, especially in my career where it kind of was its own thing online. So they were like, oh, you know, it's already living here. But I just realized like, oh, it could be better for authors. And I want to use my platform and use my voice to bring new books to the forefront. So that's my focus right now is Frayed Pages, and hopefully somebody in the audience will submit your book when we open submissions. So, and what about you?
Oh, that's amazing. I don't have such an amazing answer. You like took it and built something on top of it. I was gonna say, like, I heard Robert Pattinson say, I hope I'm right, I saw this like in passing, he was quoted as saying something about how like he hates acting, or he like did for a minute, like sometimes he really hates it, and then he thinks about how he could be like a he could work in a shoe store, and then he's like, no, acting is much better, and never mind, I'll stick with acting. And that's how I feel about writing. Like some days I really just want to quit. I mean, my husband is also an author, and he knows, like, I'm regularly just like, nope, I'm not doing it anymore. This is my last book. I'm not doing this ever again. But of course, I always come back because I love writing. It's just, I struggle with the commodification of self. I struggle with the fact that we write books as a result, we pour our blood, sweat, and tears into these stories that we write, and then we put a price tag on it. It's weird, like emotionally, sometimes it's a little strange, and you have to be like, do you like it? Please buy it. Those are my feelings. It's a little strange. And, of course, with time, you get better. I get better at distancing myself from that. And I go through mourning with each book that I write. There's I go through the stages of grief until I finally get to acceptance, and I let it go, release it into the world. But my favorite time with a story is still when no one else knows about it, when it's just me and my computer and my thoughts and these characters that I'm playing with. And, the only person I allow into that space is my husband, who's my first reader and my best friend. And, he knows to just be like, you're doing great, keep going. Because, it's such a fragile time that if somebody were like, this is crap, I'd be like, you're right, it is crap, I should just throw it out. It's too hard. So sometimes I feel like I should just get a regular job where nobody pays me based on my feelings. And then I'm like, I don't want a regular job. I love my job. I'm really grateful. But I have these ups and downs. It's the business side of it that sometimes...
The business side, I think, is the biggest struggle for me, especially now having turned it into a company. It's still putting a price tag on your feelings is rough. Yeah. And then when people are like, I can't, and some readers, again, no offense to any publishers or anyone in here, but some people like me when I was a child, we didn't have the luxury to buy 8 books in a series.
Yeah.
So it's when you meet people that come with your books printed and then the publisher's like, oh, they have to have a book to come. It's I can't do that. That can't be a thing. Yeah. And I sometimes get myself in trouble. Well, I don't really do it on Twitter anymore because I got a lot of crap for it. But I do think that there's a disconnect sometimes with publishers and with authors who have a certain level that they kind of forget that not everyone, especially in this economy and what we've all been through collectively, it is... as much as we spend so much time, there's a balance. It's of course, I think everyone should be paid for their time and art, and we're creating something that people should pay for. But there are times where things like Wattpad really do, and other websites come in, really, if I had that as a teenager, it would have changed my life. And I really think there needs to be a little bit more of a balance, but it's hard because on the same time, I'm of course, we need to be paid or we can't do this, but I just want it to be a little bit more, feel a little better, because it feels really icky to be buy my stuff. It's
I'm terrible at it.
Same,
I'll be like, don't buy my book. You don't have to buy my book.
You never promote your own stuff. You promote TV shows and movie, especially social media. It's I post about everything except for my own stuff, pretty much.
I've done that on panels. My agent will be in the audience. She's like, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm sorry. But I grew up in the library. I couldn't afford to buy a $20 hardcover until I was an adult. It wasn't, I was like, how do kids, I go to high schools for events, and sometimes I'll do events at schools, and I'm just amazed. I'm like, wow, you kids can all afford to buy books? Yeah. Wow, that's wonderful and amazing and exciting. And I would go to the bookstore as a kid and I didn't know this was wrong, okay? I'm really sorry, in general, and to my past self and to the past booksellers. I didn't know it was wrong, but I was very young, and I would go to bookstores and I would just read the books in the aisles and then put them back on the shelves. I learned to be a very fast reader because sometimes the library wouldn't have the book that I wanted, and I would go to the bookstore and just stand there and read it and then put it back.
Yeah, and waiting for the library list at school was, and my mom, or just my family in general, wasn't super supportive. If I wanted a CD, for sure, they would get me a CD. But if I wanted a book, it was oh. Yeah. And now looking back, I'm I don't understand that thinking. I was actually worse than reading in the bookstore. Especially when I was like 18, 19, I would buy a book, read it, and return it. Oh, which is so bad for authors. Like when I became an author and they showed me like that part of my contract, I was like, no. And then I remember one author specifically, I won't say the name, but I had done that with like 3 books, and the second I got paid, I went and bought like 6 of her books, and I was like, I am so sorry, but I didn't have the money. It was like, I literally couldn't afford to buy a $25 book, and I just wish there was a middle ground, because I didn't realize that is really, really bad.
Yeah, I didn't know it was, like you just don't know. And my mom would get so mad. Oh, we're getting, what is that, 5 or 10?
I cannot see
5
that
minutes?
far.
Okay, oh, sorry. We could like talk all day. I was gonna say my mom would buy me like, once a year, a couple times a year maybe, she would buy me a book that I really wanted. And they were expensive. It was a big deal. And she would give me these books, and I would go and read them in like a couple of hours. And I'd come back out and she'd be so pissed. She'd be like, get back in there and read it again. I spent a lot of money on that book. So,
Yeah, my mom would be like, a CD you can listen to forever, which now I'm like, really? Because my CDs got donated like 10 years ago, and it's on my cell phone.
Didn't age well.
Yeah, it did not age well, but there was just something, I think, just limiting when it came to, my family sort of, as an adult, I realized like my family, like everyone included, sort of like bullied me over reading. And even in school, and my classmates and friends would always be like, oh, she's always reading. And then when I like got a little bit of courage and then I was published, I'm like, oh, what? Remember when you thought I was weird for reading? And here we are.
That's like so powerful. What a move.
Literally, I'm like, and a lot of them, there was one specific that wrote me like on Facebook like 5 years ago or so, and was like, I just want to say I love your books. I'm like, you literally bullied me for 4 years. Like not just about books, but about everything. Like and she sometimes will comment like, you look so pretty. And I'm like, you literally harassed me about my weight for 4 years. So it's definitely like, sometimes the mean part of my brain is like, ha 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 ha. Yeah. Like you spent hundreds of hours reading my books, which is more time than you bullied me, so I won.
Yep, absolutely. I feel like we should like sum up on that note. That's a power move right there. I think the moral of this story is write if you want to write, don't fear rejection, embrace the rejection, own your humanity, own your emotions. There's no one way to get published or to find your path. And don't let anybody bully you for reading books.
Yes, definitely not.
Ever.
And anyone who peaked in high school, for real, peaked in high school.
Yeah.
Like, I can tell you that. Their time is gone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys,
so much.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys. I think, are you signing next?
I have something else, and then I'm signing.
Okay.
So I'm signing at 4.
Are you signing at 4?
Yeah, I'm signing at 4.
Okay.
4, yeah.
I'm signing at 3, Anna's signing at 4. We'll see you guys at the festival.
Mic check. Hi, everyone. If you're coming to the 3 p.m. event, please exit the building and then come back in because we already have a line for the 3 p.m. event started outside. Thank you.
Good.
Testing. 1, 2. Good? Picking up? Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1.
Mic check. Hi, hello. Okay. Hi Benji. Hi Zach. Hi Reed.
my chair last. Do you want to be, Aiden, do you want high or low? You go.
Okay, I'm in this chair now, I'm not getting
No, I got it, I'm good. Are you sure? Yeah. So good to meet you. Like, we see arcs of your new book floating around, and I was like, I'm literally so upset. Oh my god. I can't process that, but thank you. I feel like I'm in a movie about a director.
Hi everybody. Welcome to Queer Blockbusters. Not just here, but crushing it. I'm your moderator, Charlie Jane Anders. I'm the author of Victories Greater Than Death and the sequel Dreams Bigger Than Heartbreak that just came out. It's a super queer YA full of like queer heroes and like a universe where nobody can get anybody's pronouns wrong. It's just not possible. And I thought maybe we should just go down and introduce everybody. Everybody introduce themselves.
I'm Aiden Thomas. I'm the author of, thank you. I am the author of Cemetery Boys and Lost in the Neverwoods, and the soon-to-be-released The Sunbearer Trials, which I pitched as Mexican Percy Jackson meets The Hunger Games.
My name is Mariko Tamaki. I am the author of Cold and Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up With Me, which I did the amazing Rosemary Valero O'Connell, and I also write the straightest DC, so like my non-gay job is I write Batman for DC Comics. And I am also the editor of the LGBTQIA+ imprint with Abrams Shirley Books.
I love your non-gay job. I like make it gayer, but yeah. I want Batman and Robin making out. That's my goal. I'm Adam Silvera. I wrote They Both Die at the End and a bunch. Thank you. A bunch of other queer novels. The first Die at the End releases in October, and that's me.
Wow, I feel like such a scrub compared to everyone else, where I'm like, I only have one book, but it is my debut graphic memoir, Messy Roots, which came out last month. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so super excited for everyone. I feel like I've read everyone's books growing up, so excited to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Kason Calendar. I'm the author of Felix Ever After and the upcoming... my next book is Larkin Kazim Started Revolution that's coming out on September 27th.
What's up? I'm Steven Salvatore. My debut, Can't Take That Away, came out last year, and my second book, And They Live, just came out in March. It's gay and it slaps.
So it's just so wonderful to be here with all of you and to see you all and to just like be surrounded by so much wonderful queer energy. And you know, the title of this panel is Queer Blockbusters, which all of these books are. And I'm just wondering, how did we get so much bounty? How did this happen? And how do we keep this party going? How do we make there be more queer blockbusters and more queer everything?
So I'm just gonna jump in and say, actually I want to ask, how many of you all are writers? Write your damn queer books. Write your queer books. That's how we keep this going.
Make everything queer, buy all the queer books, yeah, support each other.
Something I've been really trying to do once I have kind of a foothold into the door of publishing is to like jam my shoulder in there and try to sneak in as many others as I can. So sending the ladder back down is a very important and good thing to be doing.
Yeah, and to that point, I feel like I am incredibly indebted to the queer writers who came before me and the queer people who came before me, and I think that there is just such an incredible wealth of queer literature today, but I also feel like, you know, for like the person who was like 16 and found like Jeanette Winterson, like that changed my life, so I feel really, really grateful to those writers.
Yeah, I with like the increase that we've seen over the past few years, I just feel really empowered to stay on this track. Like I tell people all the time, like I get asked like, when are you gonna write like a straight character? I'm like, ill. Like I have Like, what, also, like, but truly, genuinely, like, why do you need me doing that? Like, why would you want a queer person who proudly writes queer stories to not do that when already with, like, all the increase we've seen, it's still such a fraction compared to the novels that are out there about, like, straight, cisgender characters, right? So, like, you don't need our voices necessarily adding to that canon if we don't choose to do that ourselves. And I'm gonna just stay writing gay, pretty much.
Yeah, not much to add. I think a part of the question was, why is there so much? Did I make that up? I feel like part of it is because there's been so much more representation. We're able to see ourselves and we're able to learn about ourselves more. And so there are more of us, and so that we're continuing to write, and so it continues to evolve with every generation. There are going to be more books.
Okay, this is a more serious question. Which 80s teen comedy would have been better if it was more gay?
Oh my God.
All of them, yeah.
Yeah.
All of them.
I mean, I think Three's Company would have been so much better if.
Yes.
If
Oh my
just,
God, yes.
You know, Jack was actually gay. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm sad.
Oh my God. I was gonna say Ferris Bueller. I want gay Ferris Bueller.
Oh,
I
yes.
think 16 Candles with the butch lesbian would be incredible.
I mean, to me, that's what Breakfast Club was
Yeah.
Ali Sheedy in Breakfast Club. That's why I completely erase the end of Breakfast Club whenever I watch it. I'm like, no, she just like stays in her winter coat. Yeah.
I think, okay, I don't know about 80s, but I'm gonna go a little bit older in the 90s. I'm gonna say Clueless, and I'm gonna say Cher and Dion. They should have been together, and they are in my head.
One of the first slash fictions I ever read was X-Files. Was like a Mulder Krychek slash fiction. And I remember I could never watch that show the same way ever again. It was like so much better once I knew what was happening when like the cameras weren't rolling.
I want to watch that version of X-Files. So please tell me about a moment when you were able to write queer joy and like people feeling good about themselves being queer.
I have what people say is corny, but I like leaned into the corniness on purpose because I never got to see a Black queer trans person have that epic scene of like at the end of Felix Ever After when Felix, I'm just gonna spoil it, whatever. When it's like Pride Parade and it's like all the queer joy, corniness like thrown on the page, and some people said to me like, this is like a little much. It's like, is it though? Because this is the first time I'm seeing that. Yeah. So.
So the next book that I have coming out is called Anne of Greenville, and it's like a queer take of Anne of Green Gables, basically. It's like, it's the gayest thing I've ever written, and really it was inspired by, like, I was a big Ferris Bueller fan, and I was like, I want to see like the sort of queer Bugs Bunny, Ferris Bueller energy character who is, whatever she faces, is like undaunted by other people's perception of her. So just writing a like disco roller skating queer person in a small town who's just like having her joy was like the most fun I had over the pandemic. Yeah, the cover is super cute too.
The cover is super cute, and I've started reading it. It's fantastic. So I can't speak too much about it because it would be a big spoiler, but the epilogue in Here's to Us, which is a sequel to What If It's Us, it is one of the like most joyful things I've ever gotten to write. It was also, I mean, normally I'm known for more like depressing shit, but like, but this was like a rom-com, and like, but so like getting to write that epilogue, where, you know, for some people it was like too much like neatly packaged joy. I was like, I don't care. Then like I want to imagine that, and until I get to experience it myself, and I just want to like put that out there. So that was really lovely. And if you haven't read it yet, this is your chance to like jump in on it and see what I'm talking about, because it's probably like the most joyful thing I'll ever have like written. I'm back to the sad stuff now.
I think one of my favorite, it's such a small like blip of a scene in Cemetery Boys, but it's one that people call it all the time. The yearbook scene, if I say that, do people know what I'm talking about? Yeah, so they're spoilers. It's not like plot spoilery, but Yadriel, he has Julian in his bedroom, and they're talking about cringe yearbook photos, and Yads doesn't want to show Julian his yearbook photo because it has his dead name, and Yadriel goes and does something, comes back to find Julian flipping through his book. And Julian's like, what? What are you talking about? I wasn't doing anything. And like leaves, and then he opens the book, and he sees that Julian has crossed out his dead name and written in his proper name with a Sharpie. And it's such a small moment, and I really don't even go into what Yads feels, but like ending it there at the chapter, and then, you know, you guys get to feel it. I don't have to describe it to you. You have that little jump, and it's not just an identity thing. It's a romance and a love thing, and that was really fun.
Yeah, I have a chapter in Messy Roots which covers kind of like my coming out and everything that came after, but I remember one of my favorite spreads I drew was I kind of did like a play on, I don't know if y'all like, when y'all were, you know, figuring out, y'all took BuzzFeed quizzes of like, not everyone. I remember taking all these BuzzFeed quizzes of like, are you gay or not based on your breakfast foods, you know? And so on one of the pages, I put like the result, which is like, yes, you're hella gay, hella queer. And then like I draw like my mouse type, like pressing the share button. And then the whole spread after that is just me with like every date I went on with a girl. And I remember my editor was like, oh, like how many do you want to put? I'm like, all of them. All the dates, put them on there, all the girls. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So I think for me, it's more about the smaller moments, because I remember when I was in college, I was still very deeply in the closet, and They Live takes place freshman year of college, and when I eventually came out, like I was even afraid to kiss my boyfriend in public for the first time, and so getting to write my characters kissing is just these moments of pure joy for me, because that's not something that when I was 18 years old I thought that I would ever get to experience out loud in public like that. And so yeah, every time it's so like silly and romantic and stupid, but like every time I write a kissing scene, I'm like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. I just love it.
Did we get everybody? I actually want to answer that question too. I realized as everybody was talking that I've written 2 different scenes recently where one trans character gives another trans character who's just come out a makeover. And I just love writing makeover scenes where somebody looks in the mirror and is like, I can see myself in a whole new way all of a sudden, and it just makes me really happy to write that. So I'm just gonna write nothing but makeover scenes from now on, I guess. So, like, you know, one of the things with queerness in books is that sometimes people want it to be like signposted and like, you know, announced in like a billboard or giant letters or whatever. Whereas, you know, queer people are just existing. We're just like doing our laundry and like living our lives. And like, there are days when I don't actually think that much about my identity other than just if people make it into a thing. What's your favorite example in your books or anybody else's stories of like just casual NBD, no big deal queerness, where it's just like, yeah, I'm queer, and it's not like, it's just introduced as like not a big deal about the character, but it's just a part of who they are.
Actually, for Shirley Books, which is the imprint I've been working on with Abrams, one of my favorite parts of it was that it was about queer creators as opposed to queer stories. So as opposed to kind of policing, like, how are you addressing your identity? Like, if that's what the creator wants to do, that's great. But it's their first book, Lifetime Passes, which is this hilarious book by Terry Blass and Claudia Aguirre, which is about, really more about theme parks than about, but like, what's queerer than like loving a theme park? And the thing that I really enjoyed about working on that book was it was our first book, and it was our first like book as a LGBTQIA imprint, where we were like, yes, there's like characters who are queer in this book, but that's not really what this is about. And as opposed to sort of like holding creators to this like necessity of like being beacons of identity, is just like focusing on them as like writers and artists was really great. And you should read it, it's really funny.
For the Sunbearer trials, to give you guys a little bit of a peek into it, when I wrote Cemetery Boys, my plan was like, this is going to be about a boy who happens to be trans, but it did turn into more of a trans story. But for the Sunbearer trials, it's a second world fantasy, so I just got to make up all my own rules. And so their omniscient god is they, them, non-binary, and the gods are trans and non-binary. One of the gods has top surgery scars. And like everybody's queer. I don't really know how that happened, but it's like we don't talk about it. They just have, you know, certain pronouns, and some of the teens are like, that person's hot, even though they're kind of a-hole, which I feel is like a really common queer experience. And it was really fun to we have some discussions around like transness and identity, but it's not like this really scary kind of taboo thing. I can't say more because it's just going to be spoilers. But yeah, that was very freeing to be like, we don't have to have these huge long conversations about it. This is just how it is, and it's so casual. It's like breathing air.
So two-part answer. First part is I've been an emotional robot over the last couple of years, just because, you know, dealing with life shuts down. But last year I read Jason June's Out of the Blue, which comes out in like a month. It's not out yet, but that book just made me feel so seen and emotional, and just the way that Jason June explores gender with the character. It's just the mermaid character. It just is, and it's just so beautiful the way that he did that, and I highly recommend that. I will sing that book's praises until the day that I die. And so the other part is like not necessarily book related, but like author related. Like I'm sitting on a panel with Adam fucking Silvera. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to curse. But like, just like, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that More Happy Than Not came out, but it feels like an entire lifetime ago, and I feel like an entirely different person now than when that book came out. And when that book came out, I was just like, oh, he's out there doing the damn thing. Like, I felt like there was more permission to like write queer stories because of people like Adam. So,
I mean, I'm gonna just completely deflect, but thank you. But that is like the beauty of what we do, right? And this is what I constantly tell other authors, and why we're encouraging, you know, at the beginning you're asking like, who's a writer? Because what you do with your book shows someone else the other possibilities, right? Like I've had Julian Winters talk to me, like he read More Happy and was like, wait, we can do this, you know? And then I think about everyone who's gonna be reading Kaysen's books, right? And everyone's reading Aiden's book, and all our books. And I mean, Aaron Aceves here, who has like This Is Why They Hate Us, like coming out this summer, in August. And it's like, cool, like Aaron has like specifically spoken to me about what More Happy Than Not meant to him. And it's like, cool, from like one queer Latino to another, but now we get to have like Aaron tell his story specifically for like bisexual Mexicans. And then boom, another reader is gonna read Aaron's book and then feel inspired. And then that's just how we keep the ball rolling. So yeah, like really, if you're out there, like please feel like empowered to be inspired by what you're reading and create your own story, even if it feels similar to someone else's. I promise it isn't. Your voice is going to be the thing that makes it distinct and is going to inspire someone else.
yeah. And there's so many ways to be queer. Like none of our books are the only way to represent any identity. So you know, your story matters. So write it.
And come keep us company up here. Like, you know,
yeah,
we wanna
seriously,
hang out.
come on up.
There is plenty of room.
Well, and on that point, if you have a publisher, which one of my first experiences with a publisher was they were like, we already have a lesbian book, so we can't have 2 lesbian books. And I was like, I hated that other lesbian. I was like, whoever that other lesbian is, I hate that lesbian. But any publisher that tells you that is not the publisher for you, because it's wrong. Like, it's just flat out not okay to suggest that one story is not representation. What we have now is just edging on reputation. Representation, not reputation.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think another weird thing that happens is that sometimes readers will try to do that and be like, oh, well, this trans story is better than that trans story, and people being like, well, this book got a deal or whatever, whatever. And they try to like pit us against each other, which is laughable because it's like, these people are my community, they're not my competition, and that's something that I think a lot of people need to hear, especially in publishing.
Yeah.
Do you all have anything to add over there? Kason, do you?
I had a thought a while ago, but I feel like the conversation swerved, so I don't want to like pivot.
Swerve it back.
Okay.
Swerve it back. Come on.
More joy.
Yeah, I guess I don't even remember what it was in response to, but I feel like in a way we're also sometimes paving our own way. There have definitely been people that came before us, but I'm thinking about specifically Felix Ever After. I had never really seen my specific identities and intersectionality, so in a way I felt like I had to pave the way in a sense of like writing the book with cis readers in mind. I don't know if you all have ever, or straight cis people in mind, kind of like trying to explain what my life is like to readers who are not of my experience. And Larkin Kasim was the first time I was like, screw that, I'm not explaining anything. And it felt very empowering. There was even a copy editor at one point, because there's like a coven of femmes at one point who are like playing in the park. And there's one of them who identifies as a guy. And I didn't explain that guys can be femmes. And the person was like, wait a minute, I thought it was femmes. Why is he using he and pronouns? And I was like, I'm not explaining this. And I shouldn't have to, like in the book or to you.
That is a YA thing too, I think, this like desire to have everything be crystal clear and explainable to the one person who does not have your like world of reference. And I do feel like I had a conversation about a book cover once where somebody was like, well, for like the average straight person, like, don't you want them to know? Because there was a question of like the legibility of a character being queer. And I was like, if you know, you know. And if you don't know, you can pick up the book and find out.
So the average straight person, how boring does that person sound? Like, that, what a nightmare.
The average lost straight person who's like, I don't even know if this is a book, you know?
Yeah, I feel like I've just gotten bolder and bolder. Like my first YA, I was like, oh, can I do this? Can I do this? And my second YA, I'm like, I've got a fire-breathing beetle whose pronouns are fire, fire. And it's just like, you know, nobody stopped me yet. And if you fall in love with the characters, you fall in love with the characters. You don't need to like have their identity unpacked for you if you care about them as people, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of policing towards market, which is unfortunate. Like, and I think that it is just like an endless conversation, but and I think too, it's like your first book, you're like, I trust, you know, whoever tells you what is and isn't acceptable. And then as you get older and more experienced, like you just become the person who's like, I'm okay if they don't understand. I'm okay if this isn't completely clear to everybody. Like, let's let it be that.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I feel like the less we have to explain stuff and the more we can just create characters who live and breathe, the better. So, I don't know. I could ask y'all a writing question, or we could just talk about that inflatable shark. I don't know.
So many questions about the shark.
Like, what is that shark's name? What musical would they star in? Like, what's their dreams? I don't know. What is that? What is the deal with that shark? Or I could ask you about queering YA tropes and like taking YA tropes that are like, for example, in my book, I kind of try and queer the chosen one trope and kind of make it more of a chosen family and more of a like, you know, because I feel like there's kind of like there's a lot of these tropes come to us from like very straight stories that are very like, you know, bound up in like this rugged individualism that's like a very hetero, straight, cis idea. So talk to me about the shark or about queering YA tropes, whichever you prefer.
I mean, I think the shark's name is Walter.
Shark. I like Walter.
That's a great
This
shark
is
name.
named Wilma.
They're queer lovers.
It's like, I want to give you the world.
I think a trope that queer writers have grabbed by the throat is the found family trope. I feel like we took that and we were like, ah, yes, this is what makes sense to us. Because, yeah, I think for a lot of queer folks, the found family trope, like the people you're closest to, has sometimes very little to do with proximity and has everything to do with who you choose and who loves you and supports you. And I think that that's a really magical thing, and I'm very glad that that's like one of the like defining characteristics now of kind of like queer media, and I think that's wonderful.
I learned the hard way. Adam, you okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm still laughing at Aiden. Like, I have the funeral giggles, you know, when you're not supposed to be laughing at something, and you're supposed to just like try to rein it in, and it just makes it funnier to you.
Oh my God, we had to be so careful. These chairs are made out of like toothpicks. I'm so worried.
I probably deserve to fall on my ass at this point.
No.
I was gonna say I learned the hard way that love triangles from the outside of my queer perspective and community is not fun. Love triangles for me have always been like super polyamorous, so I feel like that's something. So I've always loved love triangles for that reason, and I've learned the hard way that people are like, oh no, love triangles are actually a horrible trope, but it works in Felix Ever After because it feels polyamorous. I'm like, okay, great. So for Lark and Kasim, I decided to just go full. I mean, honestly, I had an experience where an editor said that teenagers don't know what polyamory is, so no one I'm working with right now. So because of that, I never like went in using the language, but for Lark and Kasim, I was happy to be able to use what I still kind of consider the trope of the love triangle, but it's actually everyone is into each other, connected.
I just love the idea of just queer writers using any trope. I don't care what it is, because straight writers have been using tropes in heteronormative books for forever, and we have barely scratched the surface. So I don't care if it's been used in 30,000 other straight books. If I haven't seen it in a queer book yet, then it hasn't been done.
I love that. For the first time, in The First to Die at the End, I have the just one bed trope, and I'm calling it just one bed air mattress edition. And I love, like, my editor, she read that scene and she was like, how did they not kiss at the end of this? And it actually was, I remember feeling the urge to like want to make them kiss the way you make, like, you know, just dolls kiss. But I was just like, we're not emotionally there yet. But there was just something really attractive about like that energy, and I just, you know, of course I'm remembering like the times that like I've had the just one bed trope with like friends over the years, and like with straight friends too, who are obviously like the more progressive straight people in my life.
Are we gonna kiss right now?
Yeah. Kiss, 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 kiss.
I tried, okay? Just did not happen. Anyway, that's what I got.
I got a call from Disney to do a version of Anne of Green Gables, which to me felt like my gay calling. Like I have been born and was made for this book. Because for me, like the whole, like the sort of, you know, girlfriend love, like, which was such a, like my whole experience of queerness when I was reading books as a kid was reading into, and there's a whole like bosom buddies thing. And Anne of Green Gables, which like, if you're a lesbian, you're like, they're in love, right? Like that's what's happening. And then when Diane marries a man, you're like, what is going on? So it was really fun to just like make that queer, just like take all this subtext, which has been fed to us for so long, and I lived on it, and I think it is possible to grow up as a queer with no explicit material and just read into subtext, and like, you know, like that's why Wonder Woman is always gonna be gay to me, because of like my power to make her gay. But it was interesting to sort of just like take a hold of those things, because I do think that it was, and especially now, I mean, still in television, right? It's like, let's make these characters look at each other longingly and then nothing is ever gonna happen. So it was nice to just like get them to the place, get them to where they needed to go.
Is the question about tropes? Is that?
It's tropes or sharks.
Oh, I was like,
tropes or sharks. Tropes or
sharks. I think one trope that like I never related to and like always hated in rom-coms was like the slow burn kind of relationship, where like especially for like straight folks, they're like, oh, it's like, you know, 10 dates in, they can still barely keep eye contact, and then for like me when I'm writing like queer lesbians or something, I'm like, day 2, let's U-Haul it out of here.
Day 2, I live here now.
Yeah. Like you go to their place for a day and then you just bring like all your stuff.
Or you just wear their clothes because you wear the same size. So
right,
it's all
yeah,
good
exactly.
anyway.
That's that's a bone that I like to pick often because I personally love the good insta love trope, and as a queer person, anytime I've met another queer person, I'm like, oh my god, I love you so much. Oh my god, I want to be you. I want to be with you. I want all of that. And so it bothers. It shouldn't bother me when that's like a criticism of queer books that have insta love. That's like, oh no, they too quick. And it's like, really? Have you?
Well,
Have you like
you
never
met a teen gay?
like instantly fallen in love with somebody that you just met? You don't even know their name. Like, is that just me?
Sometimes I don't even need to see their face.
I mean, listen, we've been in a pandemic. All I see is the mask.
Listen.
And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Do you write any characters? Do you have any characters you write that you kind of love to get mad at? That you're like, they do stuff and you're like, what the hell are you doing? Oh God, no, you're doing that. Oh, but okay, that's good. That's actually better than what I had. Like characters that are obnoxious. Like again, I've got the fire-breathing beetle whose pronouns are fire, and fire is a handful. Fire just wants to burn everything down, basically. And that's like the main thing. Any situation, fire will just start trying to burn everything down, which can be good or bad depending on the situation. I don't know. Characters who just get out of hand.
I mean, I feel like I only write deeply problematic, mistake-making queers. Like, I feel like I lean towards that and love that because I feel like I have no interest in making anybody who is like, anyone wants to like put up as like on a pedestal as being like an ideal queer, because all my friends are kind of messed up and I'm kind of messed up, so it feels like that's who I should be writing. All my friends would agree with that, so I feel comfortable saying that.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I 100% agree. Like, I'm a mess. Like, and I am, and I just own that, and I accept that. Like, I have my faults, and I'm constantly trying to learn, whether it's through my own mindfulness or through therapy, like whatever that is, right? But like, I like thinking of a character as obnoxious to me. I was like, for me, that it feels like a judgment, and if I'm like in that character, I'm like inhabiting that character, like I don't think that they would be judging themselves as harshly. I don't think I'm gonna write a character who would use that word to like define themselves, because they would just say like oh, okay. That, you know, they struggle with this, or they're finding their way through in any way. But yeah, I love writing like really complicated characters and who are in situations that people take issue with because they just don't, I don't know, have a grip with reality. But yeah.
And what's interesting is that Story Genius by Lisa Cron is an amazing craft book, and I think it was this book that went into, that is the point of story, is that characters are making mistakes, and whether the theme is about like the lesson they make or whether it's like a question that they discover. But what's interesting is I've realized that the more marginalized you are, the less space you have to make those mistakes that characters are supposed to make to learn from. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about that.
But also, I mean, because of the trope of the gay friend, right? Like the gay friend has often been the person who's commenting on the mistakes, right? Who's outside of the mistakes because they're like there to be like, hey, I think you're making a mistake, as opposed to being like, you know, it's like my best friend's wedding or whatever it is. It's like the person who comes in and like saves the straight person and says like, it's okay, I see that you're problematic and I'm a together gay and you're a messed up straight person and that's okay. As opposed to, yeah, like just like when you move us to the center of the story, the messier we get. I mean, I take it as a huge compliment when Goodreads is like, this character is horrible, and I'm like, yes, she is, thank you, thank you.
I did my job. Yeah.
Thank you.
So there is a website, I'm sorry, but there's a website that allows you to block Goodreads from yourself. I mean, just saying.
Yeah. No,
You chose self-care.
Yeah. I only see them when they sort of like, when someone tags you. First of all, never tag an author on a review, especially if you didn't like it. We don't necessarily need to see it. It's great that you didn't like it. That's totally cool. I don't necessarily want to read it. It doesn't help me in any way. And it just feels like gossip is supposed to be behind someone's back. It's not like you don't gossip to someone in person. So sometimes you'll just be like, oh, look, somebody's talking about me. Oh, they hate me, oh God. So yes, I should block Goodreads, it's terrible.
So I wrote a memoir, so yes, I absolutely hated myself in every part of the book. No, I'm kidding. I think it was funny because I would be like writing about teenage self. I'm like, you're so useless. Of course she was flirting with you. How did you not catch that? But I think that's like the beautiful part too about writing about yourself and reflecting is yeah, you kind of appreciate everything you went through, all the wild mistakes that you had.
When I was writing Cemetery Boys, and I was like, all right, we're going to have a love interest, something that I thought about very actively was that, like, I'm going to make him realistic. Because especially within fantasy, usually your love interest, who is a guy, is pale-skinned, black-haired, blue-eyed, and as dark and brooding, and has such a dark, deep past. And then I was like, here's Julian. He's my little gremlin boy. He has ADHD. He's very impulsive, and he doesn't know how to read. And I think that was like a really kind of fun and freeing thing. It's like when I was writing scenes with him, I was like, what is the most chaotic, impulsive thing I can have this child do? And then I did it, and that's really fun. And yeah, it was like I wanted to have a love interest who actually acts like a teenage boy. And I'm sorry, but teenage boys are gremlins, so here you go.
That makes sense. Yeah, so we're almost at the time for questions. I don't know how that works, if there's like microphones or if y'all just shout them out.
Grab the shark and like wave it around.
Just like come up and grab the shark and speak into the shark's mouth,
actually.
and like then the question will be transmitted to us. But like we're
It looks like they're getting some mics for us.
Okay, great. So we're
There
going to
we
do
go.
questions in a second. So I wanted to circle back to, Adam was saying, asking who the writers are in the audience, and you were talking about pulling the ladder, bringing the ladder down, not pulling the ladder up after you. That's not what I wanted to ask. Like, what can we do to, like, I don't know, encourage the next generation of queer writers, the next community of queer readers and writers? What can we do to, like, make a welcoming space for everybody?
One of my personal things that I'm very passionate about is making learning how to write more accessible. I think higher education can be a scam, and it's and it's built on classism and racism. So usually whenever I'm at an event where I know that there's a lot of writers, I talk, oh my God, I'm gonna talk about you. I talk about like easy craft ways that I've learned how to write, because I have an MFA in creative writing and I didn't learn diddly dang from those programs. What taught me is getting books or using online courses, and I will tell you my favorites. Jessica Brody, if you guys don't know who that is, Google her right now. She wrote Save the Cat Writes a Novel. It's incredible. And she also has a Udemy course if you're more of a visual learner. So she like literally is there talking. I'm deaf, so it's easier for me to understand her when I can see her mouth moving, and it's incredible. And Charlie wrote this book that is called Never Say You Can't Survive, and it's literally about writing through trauma and writing about trauma. And it has changed my life in the last like few weeks. So please read it. I learned that Charlie was moderating and I freaked out. I told all my friends, I was like, oh my God, it's really exciting. So yeah, making education more accessible is so, so important. And so yeah, those are really good resources to use. If you want to be a writer but you feel like your craft isn't quite there yet, those are great resources.
I'm gonna cry.
I would also, I love Save the Cat Writes a Novel. And I would also say to not, maybe I'm projecting because this is something that I did that stopped me from moving forward. I was like always waiting for the perfect book, like the perfectly written novel. And I don't think, some writers disagree. It's like you have to try to get it to be the best it can possibly be, but that's also kind of impossible. So it's okay to just write what you can and continue to move forward and continue to grow as you publish and as you continue to get your stories out there.
So I started the imprint Shirley Books with Abrams in part because I saw that John Jennings was doing his incredible imprint with them, and the goal, which is like an evolving goal, and I try to make it so that it's like we try to do things and we understand that we don't always do them perfectly, was to really try to expand who we were looking at, as opposed to, because I think so much of publishing is like who you know and who is already out there, and it is really hard to go beyond that, but really our goal is to always make sure that whoever we're looking at, that we're looking beyond what seems like the group of people we should be looking at, and to try to publish like new authors, to try to publish people who are trying to get into graphic novels. And I think the thing that has like really pushed me is to try to not necessarily like beat myself up for like not necessarily doing, because I think as a queer community, we hold ourselves so accountable. We hold ourselves more accountable than anybody else is holding anybody. Like straight people are walking around like, I think I'm doing pretty good, and queer people are always like, I am failing. I am failing my community. So the thing that we said as part of like our mandate was to like take a check every time we look at our next season and say like, okay, well, what is the decision we made last time? How can we improve it? Where can we look that we haven't looked before? And it has ended up with the most amazing group of writers, including Kason. But I think I think it is about sort of pushing yourself to make choices that feel harder, and also give yourself a break when you don't necessarily always make the perfect choice, what feels like the perfect choice.
So my advice for the next generation of writers, of queer writers, is writing is such a solitary experience in so many ways, but you need to find your people. And I mean, what better than a bunch of queer folks to find their people? But I mean, finding other writers who understand who you are as a writer, what your voice is, what you're trying to accomplish. Because I've had experience with straight writers where we would like swap pages, and they would come back and be like, oh, this is great, but like I don't understand what you're trying, what is this? It's like, because you're not gay, I don't know what to, like literally I don't know what to tell. That's the only excuse, that's the only reason. You're not understanding. But it really is important to connect with other writers, and other writers who have your best interests at heart, because since I've become published, I have not encountered this with any other published authors, this idea of like competition, but it does feel like before you get to that stage, there's a lot of like, ooh, I'm gonna try to tear you down with some people. So find those people and then shut the door on them, and then find the other people who are gonna be super supportive of you and understand what you're trying to accomplish.
That is so valid. I do want to give a shout out to all the introverts out there who won't be able to find those folks, because I don't have that community of people. So I did actually feel like a huge major stress of I have to find a community of writers to like exchange writing with, and I never did. And I turned out to be okay. So it's also okay to not have to find people, period.
Absolutely. I have one other person, and that person means the absolute world to me, and without him, I don't think I would be standing up here. So it doesn't have to be a group. It doesn't even have to be one person, right? It just be trusting yourself, right? Trusting yourself and your instincts, because at the end of the day, it's your story. You have to be able to tell your story the way you want your story to be told.
And even if you don't have the opportunity to meet any of these people for whatever those situations may be, I do think that just like reading widely does present that opportunity for you to have like a genuine connection with like the text and the characters, and ultimately like the writer themselves. Like I mean, how many of us have like fallen deeply for character, and without knowing who the author is, but just like really feeling like, oh, I know this character like in my soul and in my bones, right? Like that is like such a special thing, and by reading widely, like again, like look at this panel up here, right? Like
look at us.
No, yeah, look right now. Like none of us are individually. We are not like the ambassadors of our communities, right? Like I've had like gay Puerto Ricans like tell me like, oh, dude, I did not like More Happy Than That. I'm like, that's cool. Like that's great. Like you are not supposed to, just because we happen to share some, you know, intersections, right? Like that's okay, but like go then read like books by like other gay Puerto Ricans and whatever the designated like, you know, identities are, and by reading those books, it just gives you more permission to write more freely, and seeing that you don't have to bottle up your story in any way. You don't have to sanitize it. You don't have to try to produce something for a mass audience. Like if you tell like your singular story, you are going to present something that is like so distinct and unique that it's going to have the opportunity to connect with a lot of people. So really just like channel your voice. Do not try to impersonate someone else's, unless you're doing fan fiction, which is great. Like I used to write fan fiction all the time. It's such a great stepping stone, but when you're like stepping onto your own page for the first time, like really just like go for it and be true to yourself.
Yeah, and I want to stress like there's not just one way to get there, like one way to make it. I know that a lot of examples you might see are traditional publishing or big publishing houses, but at the same time, they're very gatekeepy, especially for queer stories, marginalized stories. And I'm someone who I got here because my comics went viral on Twitter, and other people I know who wrote fan fiction on Wattpad, and there's so many other avenues now in the internet and everything else that as long as you really believe in that story, share it anywhere you can, and the right eyes will find it.
Cool. So we got time for a few audience questions, and we got folks with microphones. I see someone with stripes on their shirt and a blue mask. That's you, yeah? Right here? Okay, great. Awesome. Sorry, I'm terrible at describing people, which is why I never describe people in my fiction. Okay, anyway.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know about the rest of you, but I've mentioned so far is now in my notes app. So this panel is about queer blockbusters, but do you have any recommendations of lesser known queer writers you want to give a shout out to?
Oh my God.
That's hard because I feel like all my queer writers that I love are famous because I love them. Is Johnny Garzavia in this audience? 1500 Miles from the Sun is the cutest queer romance you will ever read in your life. Reading it changed my life. And yeah, so that's one of my all-time favorites. I'm obsessed with that book.
I'm going to embarrass my friend who's here, Robbie Couch, who's written The Sky Blues and Blame for the Win. And when I read The Sky Blues for the first time, it's a novel that doesn't shy away from some of the offenses that we find in our communities, but still manages to be a really hopeful, joyful, and just rewarding, uplifting novel. And I was just so charmed by Sky Baker, and now Robbie's most recent book, Blame for the Win, is basically gay Legally Blonde. But yeah, so that's Robbie Couch's The Sky Blues.
Ashley Herring, Blake, Julian, Windsor's, Claire. I feel like there's so many authors, and I sometimes I worry it's a bit of a cop out, but I love to talk about the website LGBTQ Reads. I think it's LGBTQ Reads. That just is this amazing archive of basically all queer books and kind of broken down by genre, age range, race, ethnicity, different intersections. So. It's great to give these recommendations also, but I feel like that's an amazing resource too.
Any book by Julian Winters. I just love him. Absolutely. But honestly, any queer book is a freaking blockbuster. That, and I'm gonna die on that hill.
I'm gonna shout out two of my queer Asian comic artist friends. One is Deb Lee, who has a graphic memoir coming out called In Limbo. That will be coming out next year, so to keep a lookout for that. And the other is my friend Wendy Shu, who wrote Tide Song and has a couple more coming out as well.
I'm going to give a shout out to some of the older queers because I do feel a lot of, especially in the sort of genre of comics, it's the sort of people who have come out more recently versus a lot of the amazing authors who got us here, people like Jennifer Camper and Justin Hall, who are just really amazing artists and comic book creators. And yeah, I think Emile Ferris's My Favorite Thing is Monsters is the hardest book to read that I have ever read because it is literally the size of a phone book. But it is one of the most beautiful books that I have read about queerness. And the illustrations are completely stunning. And also people like Mari Naomi, who's just an incredible comic book creator. I think, I always try to go, whenever especially I'm touring, I try to go to bookstores and ask them for a queer book that is maybe one that I have not heard of. And almost every time, the book that I walk away with is amazing.
Question or no? Okay, that's our panel. I'm so sorry we went so long. Your questions were all wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. You're a beautiful audience.